that all right? So he can get down there. Okay, just a second. I need that. For what I look at where it does green, that there's a green here. Okay, but there's usually a green thing that shows my voice going, or am I already on, that I have to hit start screaming right there. So if I hit not stop, it's already going. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yep, okay, very good.
All right.
Good evening, sports fans. We're live here at Ash Park with another WAMAC doubleheader. We have Mount Vernon Mustangs going against West Delaware. I've got a couple seniors at senior night tonight, so I wanted to reach out to a couple of seniors we hadn't gotten to talk to. We talked to Ryan Moeller and Nolan Jackson a couple weeks ago, so I have Ryan Moeller will be starting, obviously, and so will Nolan, but I have Maddox with me to start with, and we have Henry Ryan to finish up. And Maddox is going to be playing first base tonight, so we've got to get him going and get him out the door. But Maddox, I've had a chance to cover all the Thursday night games. Usually you're on the mound.
Yeah,
And you had a great outing against Williamsburg. That was probably the sharpest outing, or at least kind of had a gem that night. And pretty sharp also against Benton, but a little control issue, sometimes fastball, hit a few batters. But tell me a little bit about that Williamsburg night. You had the slider going nice, fastball. You weren't afraid to go inside, kind of froze some people. Tell me about that night.
Everything just clicked that night, honestly. Everything felt good. Everything felt like I was throwing it where I wanted to throw it, and batters couldn't deal with it. Yeah,
well, that was a huge doubleheader winner for us. We needed a little momentum there, and they're obviously on the west side, but just to come off with a pair there, was awesome. So you also get to DH some. Tonight you're playing first base. Has that been kind of your primary growing up through the system, first base, pitcher, DH, or what other positions have you played?
Growing up, I was primarily third in pitching.
Okay.
Didn't do any DH or first, but pretty much last year he told me, you're going to want to buy a first baseman's glove, and then I did, and here we are.
Well, that's good. If you're going to buy it, you want to get to use it, right? Once in a while. So big night tonight, obviously. West Delaware is at the top of the WAMAC East, and so it'll be a fun night for you, senior parents night. Last home doubleheader here. Looked at the pairings. It looked like maybe we're at West Delaware, so you get them two tonight, at least at our place, then maybe you have to go back up there. But tell me a little bit about what comes after this. I don't know a lot about your background, if you're interested in college or the military, or what are next steps after we get through the baseball season?
Oh, yeah, I'll be going to University of Iowa next year to study business.
Okay, great,
Yep.
Great. Our older son that played here also went to Iowa, and he had a great experience there.
Yeah,
so I'm sure he was in an education program, but I'm sure that you'll have, kind of a similar thing. So any idea what you're doing the second game? Did you throw against South Tama, or are you going to maybe throw the second game?
I'm on the mound second game.
There you go. See, you can't break my record. We've been just going. Well, I hope that you're as sharp as, you were against Williamsburg. But like I said, even the last couple, other than a little control, you've frozen with a slider. Really like the back door where you throw it at a hip or a shoulder and it comes inside. A little tough to sometimes control, but a lot of the pitchers that have been throwing sliders or slurves against us, they've really got us to extend out. They've kind of used it almost as a waste pitch.
Yeah.
Sometimes we can't stay off, and you would know as a DH, it's like if you can't see
out
that
there
dot or that rotation
Yeah.
early enough to delay and go the other way or stay off, it's kind of a hard gig that way. So anything different for on the mound tonight? Kind of stay with what's got you here?
Yeah, no, that's the plan. Throw a fastball and then see what the curveball can do.
Mix it up.
Yep.
Have you ever thrown a change at all, or you primarily use a slider or slurve as kind of your other off-speed pitch?
Well, we were thinking about developing a changeup in the offseason, but kind of gave that up because
it takes
fastball
time.
And fastball and curveball been working too.
Well, it takes quite a bit of time, and it's nice to have a third pitch, but you need two pitches for a strike, obviously, and so that's kind of the huge part. Highlight from the season so far, other than maybe a couple big wins tonight. What about the College World Series? Did you get to go to that? Was that fun? Or
that was a good time.
Okay.
Good to get the whole team together out there in Omaha, watch some good baseball.
Did you see both the 1 o'clock and the 6? I know you went on a Friday, but if you just saw the 1 o'clock or I didn't know which games you saw.
We saw the 1 o'clock on Friday and the 1 o'clock on Sunday. So we seen TCU play both games.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, you turned into whatever, horn frog or whatever they are. that's interesting with that. So just any other memories for this season? Just something that, I think the Williamsburg thing, but a couple other things that maybe stick out?
No, definitely Williamsburg, definitely the highlight so far. The pick-up 2 against the WAMAC team, a good WAMAC team.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to tonight. Just continue to be a good senior leader, and I appreciate you coming on tonight.
Yeah,
good luck. For having me. Yep, thank you. That's Maddox Rollinger with the Mount Vernon Mustangs. This is Ray Reasland. We're just getting started here at Ash Park. We have Mount Vernon Mustangs, a doubleheader against the West Delaware boys. And so right now it's going to be senior night. So I have a couple of the seniors. This is Henry Ryan that I'm going to put on. So Henry's been dealing with some nagging back issues, but been an unbelievable athlete here in the Mount Vernon system. Football, wrestling, baseball, various things. And so it's tough when you don't get to play, Henry, but from you're looking at more of like from a coaching perspective because you're seeing things. How have you seen? You're a great senior leader. I've had a chance to watch you in your other sports, but leading from afar a little bit and watching some of these young people. At times we've had 6 or 7 freshmen and sophomores in the lineup. Tell me what it's been like, other than it stinks when you don't get to play. What are some things that you've noticed kind of as a young players try to mature?
Yeah, it's a lot different than when you're playing, of course. But we got a lot of young guys that do a good job, and they're working through some kinks that are tough, right? Because we're throwing a lot of young dudes into hard situations. Like most of our infielders are underclassmen. Yeah. And varsity baseball is a little different than Little League. So they're all working through that. And, it shows sometimes, but we're setting them up for a good future, I believe. So I believe in them and I trust in them. So, yeah.
Well, Henry has a younger brother, Mikey. You probably also followed him in wrestling. But Mikey's been having to move around. Tonight he's DH in the first game, but he's played second, he's played short, he's played third. So what Henry is sharing is not just with what his brothers had to do, but several other younger, infielders. And so to be kind of a leader and a mentor for those younger players, one of the keys for us here in Mount Vernon, Henry, and I think it is for any school our size, but trying to keep your best athletes out for as many sports as they think they can handle. Now, they're probably going to have a favorite or two, but to support their peers in a sport that maybe isn't their best but is fun. And then, like for you just really came on as a football player. A lot of people might have thought, well, he's going to wrestle or he's going to play baseball. But just what are some things that help classes, and I know every class is different, your senior class, junior class, sophomore, but to try to help us keep like a group of like this freshman, sophomore group out, what are some ideas do you think might help?
Really, the big thing for me is in wanting to stay, I love to compete. And really the guys that maybe they like one sport, they just want to compete with that sport, they'll do good in that, but competing year-round is what will make, the baseball team good. If you take off a season just to lift, it's good for you, but not competing is what's going to it sets people apart. Yeah. So really, if these guys just stay involved, I think it's tough to come out in the summer. There's other things you want to do, hang out with buddies, get a job, right? But just competing over the summer, it helps for other sports. And, if we can put together a good ball club, then we can, right? So that's what we hope for.
Yeah, there's some really, really strong student athletes in these classes that are underneath you. We're going to have a freshman throwing tonight, Cale Foreman. He's had an arm problem. Obviously, he has some real high side to him. He just hasn't, gotten a lot of action. So it'll be fun to see him, kind of rolling the dice tonight from the left side. Tell us a little bit about your next step. My understanding is you're going to probably football. Have they talked to you about a position? Or they recruit you more as an athlete? What kind of studies are you interested in?
So I'll be studying business, just because it can go into so many different parts, right? But for football, I'll be playing safety. Okay. So sticking to defense and hitting guys, right? So I'm excited for that next part. But hopefully in late July, if I'm able, I get an opportunity to play in the Shrine Bowl.
Oh, awesome.
So, if my back's
if it comes around.
comes around finally, I'll be able to do that. So I'm excited for that part. And then, I'll be rolling right into Co. So
you're talking to an old guy, but I actually got to play in 1975 in the Shrine game. So they did have it at that time. We didn't play in front of dinosaurs or anything. Yeah. I had a chance to coach in it in 91 at the Dome. So really neat experience for you. So I really do hope that works out. You get to, like you say, you get to meet a lot of different dudes, a lot of quality people. And sometimes, there have been rivals, and so it's like, oh, now you're on the same team.
Uh-huh.
Not always. Sometimes you're still competing
Yeah.
against them. But it's a neat experience. And I think one of the things, in my opinion, and I know there's a million of them out there, but in my opinion, your idea of being competitive year-round is right on. Also, some of the players, you get to compete for different coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And you may have some favorites, some coaching styles that fit more,
Sure.
your demeanor. But when you play and compete for different coaches, it kind of stretches you a little bit with some different things,
Yeah.
just with growth. Some of it's physical, some of it's mental. So Coach Light in wrestling and, Coach Chapman trying to get some things going here.
Yeah.
Obviously, your football coach with Coach Peterson. But I'm excited to be able to follow you that close,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you're at Co. I'm a former college high school football coach, so that's where I'd put you.
Yeah.
But I just love the way you come downhill and your angle. And to me, it's a combination wrestling thing. I mean, you don't miss.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have an angle and you're going to put a hit on somebody
Yeah.
or you're just going to get them tripped at least.
Wrestling and tackling go hand in hand. So.
It's huge. And I've seen teams that are just so awful.
Yeah.
Tackling, or we're grabbing jerseys, or we're doing stuff like that. So anyway, we appreciate everything that you've done for Mount Vernon athletics and just the school district in general. Wish you the best of luck at Co. and get that back going
Yeah,
so
I
you
will.
can go in the Shrine game and for sure at Co.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Thanks, Henry. Good to talk with you. Thanks. That was Henry Ryan, senior for the Mount Vernon Mustang baseball team. He's been nursing a tough back situation, so hasn't been able to play, unfortunately, much this season. He's really done everything, he can. I have Dave Ryan here next to me on the board, and, obviously they're trying to do everything they can to help him and get him ready for his next chapter going on to college and potentially the Shrine game. So that's an awesome opportunity for Henry. And like I said, we did get a chance to talk to a couple of the other seniors, Nolan Jackson and Ryan Moeller. We'll have a chance to introduce their parents. Between games is when they'll do the senior presentation. So just getting ready to start here. West Delaware is coming to the plate. Again, on the mound, we have Cale Foreman. First start that I've gotten to see, they've been trying to work him back in as a young lefty. He's a freshman. Was looking to be one of the top pitchers here in the program this year, and then has been dealing with some tough arm issues. So it's been a kind of a long summer for him. But he's dealing to Tyrus Werner. Tyrus is a shortstop and really has done well this year. But right now it's 3-1 in the count. He's throwing mostly fastballs. Cale is really known for a 12-6 over-the-top breaking pitch, but he's got to get ahead to throw that. Here comes the next pitch. Nips the outside corner, nibbling on the black, full count to Tyrus Werner. Be able to try to get you some of the lineups here, ages, that kind of thing. A low fastball. Cale ends up walking the first hitter. Again, we're live here at Ash Park, beautiful Cornell campus. This is our last WAMAC doubleheader. It's the WAMAC East. West Delaware is in first place in the East. We're in the bottom half with a number of young players here. Like I'd mentioned, Cale Foreman, the freshman, throwing on the mound, and he's dealing to Thurn, who is a sophomore catcher. So Cole Thurn, also a young player behind the dish for the Stangs. This is number 8, Maddox Lott. He is a center fielder. So programs tend to try to build up the middle, try to put their athletes, shortstops, center fielders, catchers, pitchers. You've got to be really strong up the middle. Not that your corners aren't important, because they are, but you really have to be strong up the middle to compete at the top of the conference or at the next level, try to get to the state tournament. There goes the runner. Here comes the throw by Thurn. It's there. Got him. Great throw by Thurn. Cale gives him the old thumbs up. As a former catcher myself, it's awesome when you've got a pitcher that keeps the guy close. Cale didn't give away his best move there with Werner being at first base, but it was Thurn throwing it right on the money, and that's a huge first out for the Mustangs after walking someone. Coach Chapman has seen something. I'm not exactly sure what, but he's going to go out and talk to the guys, maybe build them up a little bit for making that big play, maybe encourage him to hold the runner just a little bit longer. We have, a few different stats for West Delaware as we, work along. But one of the things is that they love to run. I've not seen a team with this kind of stats, but they have 101 stolen bases this year. If you compare that to Mount Vernon, we have 49. And so that's double. So they are not going to be afraid to run. However, with the crafty lefty on the mound in Cale Foreman, it's going to be tough to get the jump you want. He's 3-1 again. Here comes a fastball, jacked down the left field line, but it's way fouled onto the railroad track. So we're back to a full count. Cale went full count to the first batter as well. Tyver Stern walked, and then he was thrown out at second base for the first out. Full count. There's the breaking pitch. Oh, he fought it off. Good piece of hitting there by Maddox Lott to fight that one off. I thought maybe Cale was going to get his first strikeout for the night, but it didn't quite work out for him. Again, the full count, fastball, turned on it, way foul. It's way out in front. Wouldn't be surprised to see Cale come back with that off-speed pitch. He does throw a change. Don't believe I've seen that one yet tonight. It's fastball, tails, breaking pitches over the top, and the change just kind of feathers. Again, way early. Lott continuing to battle, center fielder. Kind of working the pitch count up. Lott is a senior. Center fielder. There's the breaking pitch. Jammed him. Nolan's got to come a long way. Great play. Got him. Bang, bang. Wow. Nolan Jackson gets it. It's a swinging bunt. Fields it off his glove hand foot. Maddox Rollinger, our pregame interview. Nice job stretching to come get it. And that's the second out for the Mustangs. We're just getting started here at Ash Park. Game 1. Mount Vernon Mustangs playing against West Delaware, the top team in the WAMAC East. This is the third hitter. Started off with a very nice breaking pitch by Cale Foreman. Will Word is the left fielder. He is their number 3 hitter. Fly ball. Staying in the infield. Shortstop is under it. And that's out number 3. So a great start for Cale Foreman. After the walk, we were able to throw the runner out. Schwartzendruber gets the fly ball at short for the third out. And after a half of an inning, it's the West Delaware Hawks 0 and Mount Vernon coming to the plate. Mount Vernon will be leading off with Colin Bentley. He has been a league leading hitter. He's hitting at .450. He's a sophomore playing second base. Played a little shortstop for the Mustangs as well, but he's dealing with a little bit of an arm problem. So he's been over at second base the majority of the second half of the season. Batting number 2 is Jace Jaspers, talented young freshman. He's playing center field. He also catches. Doing a little bit of USA Wrestling this summer, but trying to give as much time as possible to baseball. And he's doing a nice job at the plate. He's bumped his average up considerably, so they moved him to the 2-hole. Ethan Wood, talented 6'4" sophomore, wrestler, football player, has played some first base. He's in left field, batting third. Madden Rollinger, one of our pregame interviews, along with Henry Ryan, is batting in that cleanup spot. He's playing first base, had a nice stretch to pull in a kind of a swinging bunt that Nolan Jackson hosed over for the second out. Batting fifth, Nolan Jackson, playing third base. He's a senior. Next is Ryan Moeller. He's, again, a senior playing left field. Then Michael Ryan will be a DH. He's a freshman. Garrett Schwartzendruber is playing in the infield as shortstop. Cole Thurn catching. And then Cale Foreman is the pitcher. So that is your starting lineup for tonight. Pitching on the mound for the West Delaware Hawks is Sam Niles.
Leading off the Mustangs, second baseman number 18, Colin Bentley. Bentley on the mound for the Hawks.
Niles is a senior.
Number 0, Sam Niles.
This is the leading Bentley, right-hander. Fastball paints the outside corner for strike one. Niles, a seasoned senior, will throw a lot of strikes. Mount Vernon will have to be ready to put the ball in play. A little bit wide, just off the edge. 1-1 to Colin Bentley. Mount Vernon sophomore second baseman. He's had a great season, leading in a lot of categories offensively. Here comes the pitch. Jams him inside, tries to catch the inside corner, but it's ball two. 2-1. Good hitting count for Bentley. He has been right on the ball. He hits a lot of line drives, so we'll see if he can get one here. Ooh, way inside. A little bit of chin music there. 3-1. Nothing's changed for Collins. Got to try to be a good leadoff hitter. We need base runners. Last week, we lost a tough one to Benton, 1-0 in 7 innings. Benton scored 1 run. Here's the ground ball over to the second baseman. Bobbles it. Still gets it there in time, but it's a half a step. Bentley can run, so good job by the second baseman staying with it. That was Brent Yankovic staying with it. And so it's a ground ball out for Mount Vernon, and that will bring up to the plate Jace Jasper, center fielder. Also catches. Maybe he'll catch the second game. Jaspers is just a freshman. He's got his batting average up to 320. So it's really been a good start. There's an inside corner fastball. Strike one for the pitcher, Sam Niles, senior from West Delaware. 0-1's the count. Here comes the second pitch. Again, jammed, got caught inside, came underneath his hands, and it's an out. Niles to the first baseman. And so Peyton Aldrich takes the throw from Niles, and that's out number 2. So a quick 2 outs for the Hawks from West Delaware. This is Ethan Wood playing outfield today. He's done some first base too. Very strong left-handed hitter, trying to continue to come along at the plate. High hopper, pitcher's able to get it again. I thought it was going to get over. Tough throw. Oh, man. I didn't think he got there. The first baseman had to dive back. I know you couldn't quite see it, but the throw was offline, and the first baseman had to dive back and touch the base with his hand. So it was a tough play by the first baseman. So nice job by Peyton Aldrich, I guess, the first baseman. Bailed out Niles on that throw. So 1-2-3 for the Hawks from West Delaware. And after one complete inning, it's West Delaware 0, Mount Vernon 0. We have a number of quality sponsors that are helping us with this broadcast and with other sports broadcasts through the year. We're hoping that we have as many or more sponsors coming into 2023, 2024. But the first inning tonight in Game 1 is brought to you by Ability Physical Therapy. They are a Maroon sponsor, a year-long committed group. And again, thank you very much to Ability Physical Therapy for supporting our student athletes in all the things that we're trying to do at Mount Vernon. Again, Ability Physical Therapy, inning 1 sponsor. Cale Foreman is on the mound, young freshman. He will be facing the number 4 hitter, first baseman Peyton Aldrich. Start of the top of the second inning. I know you can't read the scoreboard, but we are at the top of 2. It's the West Delaware Hawks 0, Mount Vernon 0. Got a lefty here in Peyton Aldrich. Aldrich is a senior. A lot of upperclassmen for West Delaware, like you would assume with the league leading team. There's a nice change there for a fastball outside half. That's that changeup that we were talking about. Changes pace. Fastball will work into the left-handed hitter. Misses high, 1-1. Hit deep to left center. Got to get on the horses. Center fielder is over to it. Great catch. Runs it down. That's Jasper. Long fly ball to left center. We're playing on a college facility. You can see the numbers in the outfield. Number 5 for Ryan. Number 8 for Rollinger. Number 12 for Moeller. And 22 for Jackson. They're out there in center field, if you can see those in the center field fence. But that's out number 1. So coming to the plate, the swinging miss on a fastball is Hayden Linus. He is a right fielder. Linus swinging from the right side. Catches one just to the right, goes with the pitch, and gets the first hit of the night for the West Delaware Hawks. Kind of a blooper over to the right side. Went over the second baseman's head, did a good job of going the other way on kind of an off-speed pitch. That's what you have to do. And again, Linus is also a senior. So West Delaware with a runner on first base. 1 out. They love to run. I'd mentioned that they have 101 stolen bases on the year. Here comes a pitch. Breaking pitch down. Nice double play ball. Jackson over to Bentley. Bentley cuts it loose, but it's wild. Got to play at second. The throw by Rollinger. It's there. Oh, the ball comes out. We had him dead to rights at second base. Good throw by Maddox. But the throw kind of came into the slide, and Bentley could not hang on to it. So West Delaware will advance a runner to second base with 2 outs. So they'll have a runner in scoring position, and they will be facing here Cale Foreman, young freshman pitcher. Number 22 is Brady Shaw. Brady is the DH. Got to find a way to knock the ball down here. There's a fastball. Right over to Nolan Jackson. He sets up, throws a strike over. Great play by Nolan. And the West Delaware Hawks go down in the top of the second. They have 1 hit in the top half. And after 1.5, it's West Delaware Hawks 0. Mount Vernon Mustangs coming to the plate in the bottom of 2. West Delaware has been a very aggressive offensive team throughout the year. Mount Vernon will come to the plate with another senior. Pre-game interview, Maddox Rollinger batting in the cleanup spot. He's done some DH. My understanding is he'll be the guy on the hill in game 2. He's been one of the more consistent pitchers for Mount Vernon in the WAMACs. Pitched several of these Thursday night contests. West Delaware, as a team, been hitting about 278 according to Varsity Bound. Mount Vernon's at about 250. So West Delaware the edge with their hitting average. And this is Rollinger, the cleanup hitter. Fastball outside. Niles not used a lot of off-speed pitch. He's been willing to go inside and jam us with the fastball, so we'll have to take a look here in the second inning and see if we get an off-speed pitch. Fastball followed off by Rollinger. Rollinger playing first base tonight. Senior night. Honoring Henry Ryan, Ryan Moeller, Maddox Rollinger, fastball high, and Noel Jackson. 4 seniors playing their last game here at Ash Park against league-leading West Delaware Hawks. 2-1's the count. Good hitting count for Rollinger. Fastball followed straight back, right at us. Strike 2. 2-2. Nolan Jackson hustles after the ball here behind home plate. We'll see if we get an off-speed pitch this time by Sam Niles, senior on the mound. Comes a pitch. Fastball. Gets away from him. Full count. Again, Mount Vernon looking to try to get their leadoff runner on base. Against Williamsburg, every time we got a leadoff runner on base, we scored. So very important. Try to set the tone. Fastball high. Good discipline by Rollinger, and there's our base runner right there. Maddox excited. Tough to stay off of those high fastballs. They come in about hand high, and you think that maybe you're going to jack it, and then it runs up on you, and you miss it. So good discipline by Maddox. And this is Nolan Jackson playing third base. He's had several nice plays already at third base. We're in the bottom of 2. There's a pick move over. Maddox is back. Nolan Jackson at the plate, senior. Going to Wartburg this fall. Miles comes set. Comes the pitch. It's inside. We got to get back. Close play. Nice active throw down by the catcher. That's Sam Ogden. Got to see the ball down. Maddox is trying to get a good jump on the bunt, but it came inside on Nolan. And so they're going to check to see if he pulled back or if it was called a strike. They're going to say that it was a strike. I think he couldn't get the bat out of the way because it was coming right at his midsection. So it's strike 1. And we'll see if we offer to bunt again here against Sam Niles. Nobody out. Maddox on first base. There's a fastball. Bunts down. Pitcher falls. He throws from a knee. Still makes the play. Athletic play by Niles. He lost his footing in front of the plate. Good bunt by Nolan Jackson. Gets the job done. But for a minute, we thought we were going to have guys at first and second. Miles, a strong throwing arm, throws from his seated position and gets Jackson out at first on a bang-bang play. So runner in scoring position here in the bottom of 2 for Mount Vernon. This is Ryan Moeller. First pitch. There's the off-speed pitch for a strike. Haven't seen much of the off-speed variety. So Miles starting to give Mount Vernon something else to think about. 0-1 here with 1 out in the bottom of 2nd. Here's a fastball. Almost gets away from the catcher Ogden. Backhands it. And we're 1-1 in the count. Base hit could score him. The center fielder is extremely shallow. He's just right behind the grass out there in center field. All the outfielders are playing shallow. Fastball catches the outside corner for strike 2. 1-2 to Ryan Moeller. We only have 2 home runs on the year for Mount Vernon, but we do have some guys capable of hitting some gap shots. So really trying to take away the shallow hits. There's a hard swing down the right side. It thought maybe we were going to have a base hit, but it goes foul. Good battle to stay alive by Moeller. There's a lot of room in the gaps. 1-2's the count. 1 out. Bottom of 2nd. Maddox in scoring position. Fastball hit into that gap. Right fielder's burnt. We're going to run it. Maddox should score. Maddox will score, and Moeller's in. A lot closer at the plate than we thought. Bang, bang play, but Maddox Rollinger is safe. He had to wait to make sure it got down. I don't think he got a very good read on it. We're standing up here in the press box, and we could tell, looked like it was over his head. But Maddox waited, barely scored. And then Ryan Moeller came to third base on the throw to the plate that got away from catcher Ogden. So Mount Vernon scores first. And it's Mikey Ryan DHing here with the runner at third base. 1 out in the bottom of 2nd. There's the breaking pitch for a strike. Second time he's led off pitchers or hitters with the breaking pitch. Didn't show it early, the first 2 or 3 hitters. Good hard contact here. Could score Moeller. There's the breaking pitch again. Caught the inside corner. I thought that was inside, but must have thought it backdoored him. So we're 0-2 now for Mikey. Infielders are giving up that runner. They're playing back. Fastball. There's a ground ball in the hole. Tough backhand play. Jump throw. Ryan is in for an infield hit, beats it out, and Mikey gets an RBI. So Moeller scores on the ground ball in the hole, and Mount Vernon is doing the damage here in the bottom of the second. 2 runs, only 1 out, and Mikey Ryan is still safe at first base. That'll bring up Schwartzendruber. Move over, Ryan is back. Slipped a little bit, but he's athletic and was able to get back in there. Pitch into Schwartzendruber. He bunts it down. It's ball's down. It's a nice bunt. Pitcher's trying to come after it. Makes another play. So 2 successful bunts by Mount Vernon. Advances Ryan to second base. So Schwartzendruber gets it done. We have another runner now in scoring position, and it brings up Thurn. Thurn was able to throw out a guy in the first inning to get the first out of the game. Big momentum stopper for us. There's that breaking pitch again to start off hitters. This pitcher's starting to show some patterns here with leading people off with breaking pitches, at least the bottom half of the order. That was a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Ryan's at second base. Thurn's going to try to hit him in. The gaps are open. There's a pickoff play. Ryan is back. Thurn has had his batting average up over 200, but he's down to 186. He's had some tough breaks, but against some of the teams, he's had some base hits up the middle. There's a fastball on the outside half for a strike, 1-1. If you're just joining us, it's the bottom of second. Mount Vernon has pushed 2 across in this inning. And we have Mikey Ryan on second base with Cole Thurn batting. There's that breaking pitch, fouled off. Thurn is a sophomore. Mikey Ryan at second base is a freshman. This is Sam Niles dealing on the mound. He's a senior for the Hawks. 1-2's the count. Here comes a pitch. Another breaking pitch. Mike finds a gap, burns him again in the left center gap. Going to try to go. Nope, he pulls up. Good decision by Cole Thurn. Cole Thurn sits on that breaking pitch. It hangs in the middle half, and he drives it to left center. And Mikey Ryan scores. And that's a 3 spot on the board for the Mustangs in the bottom of second. Thurn will have a courtesy runner. Tate Rentschler will be courtesy running for the Stangs. We have 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Rentschler courtesy running at first base. And the coach is going to come out and talk a little bit to Niles. Sam has given up a couple gap shots here, and Mount Vernon has pushed the issue early on. And once again, we got the leadoff runner on. Rollinger got on a bunt, or excuse me, on a walk. And our patterns have been, just like most teams, leadoff runners getting on, you score about 70% of the time. So leadoff runner gets on, we score. We have 2 bunts that are executed well, and then timely hitting. Timely hitting is huge in baseball, and it's happened here in the bottom of 2. So we're back with our league leading hitter, Bentley, runner at first base. The breaking pitch again. That's the 4th batter. He started out again with the breaking pitch. Be sitting on that one. 0-1's the count. Bentley's a tough hitter. Rentschler is at first base, courtesy running for Thurn, who had the base hit to score Ryan. There's the breaking pitch. Hard hit. Third baseman sits on it nicely. Throw over. Gets Bentley for the 3rd out of the inning. But it's Mount Vernon scoring 3 runs here in the bottom of the second. Great inning for the Mustangs with Rollinger starting it with a walk, several timely hits, Mikey Ryan and others. And so after 2 complete innings, it's the Mount Vernon Mustangs 3, West Delaware Hawks 0. West Delaware has come into tonight with some big wins. They They swept rival Solon 10-5 and 5-4. And they also beat DeWitt 8-5. Those are teams that we have gotten beaten by here at Mount Vernon. We played Solon tough twice, and DeWitt got us twice. Not as competitive scores against DeWitt. But West Delaware, again, beating Solon 10-5, 5-4, and then DeWitt 8-5. So, again, they're coming in hot. They've been steady all year, so you would expect that, I guess, out of a league-leading, team that way. West Delaware is 22-10 overall. They're 15-3. They're kind of hanging on to that leading spot in the WAMAC East. Marion is 24-5, but they're 14-4 in the conference. So they have a 778 winning percentage, and West Delaware has an 833 winning percentage. So Solon is in third at 13-5 with a 722 percentage. So West Delaware playing to stay in front here tonight in the WAMAC East. They've already named them as one of the top seeds, so they will be hosting next week in the tournament. So leadoff hitter here in the top of third. Number 24 is Sam Ogden. He is the catcher. Cale Foreman, the young freshman southpaw, going tonight on the hill. He's had good control after walking the first batter. He's settled in. There's a fastball right back at us. A little bit high. Left-handed fastball will tail away from the right-handed hitter. If anything, Cale's been up a little bit, but the ball rides, and they haven't been able to stay on top of it. 1-1 is the count, top of 3. There's the hard breaking pitch in the dirt. Ball 2. Love the changeup. Left-handed changeups usually run away or dive down for right-handed hitter, and it's very tough to pick those up compared to the 12-6. The plain change with the 12-6 is good too. There's a fastball, high fly ball to left. It's shallow. Shortstop running out there, can't run it down. He tried to get it. They throw it into second base, so it's a high single for the catcher, Ogden. Moeller was playing deep. He couldn't get there in left field. Schwartzendruber tried to go get everything he could, but just couldn't quite get it. It wasn't an effort issue. He went hard to get the ball. So it's a base hit to lead off the top of the third for the West Delaware Hawks. We haven't seen Cale's best move yet. So West Delaware with 101 stolen bases will want to run, but Cale has kept him cautious at first base. Comes a pitch to the plate, fastball away. Nice block by Thurn. Sophomore catcher, he also plays some outfield for the Stangs. Thurn came up with a big hit in the second inning. Breaking pitch hung, and he drove it to left center. Comes the second pitch, fastball down. 2-0. West Delaware has chosen to play their outfielders extremely shallow. They've gotten burnt twice. Mount Vernon only has 2 home runs on the year, so they're trying to take away some base hits. There's a fastball that runs out. Cale down in the count, 3-0. He's going to have to battle back here one pitch at a time. Got a double play ball in order. This is Niles, the pitcher, batting in the 9 spot. There's the fastball on the outside half, 3-1. Ogden's a catcher at first base. That doesn't mean that he can't run, but probably is not quite as likely. He's a rangy catcher. There comes the pitch. Ground ball, it's double play. Short flip. Won't be a second attempt to go to first base, but we get the leading runner. So good job of staying down by Schwartzendruber. And we get out number 1, Schwartzendruber to Bentley. So West Delaware will come back now to the top of the order. This is Werner, the shortstop. He led off the game with a walk, and then we threw him out trying to steal. There's a fastball outside edge for a strike. Good job, Cale, of getting on top this time. Battled back last batter. He was down 3-0, then got a ground ball. Comes the 0-1 pitch. Another fastball drilled into the left side, right between the shortstop and second. Good piece of hitting by Werner. West Delaware hitting 278 as a team. Mount Vernon 250. Werner is one of their leading hitters. That's why they have him as a leadoff hitter. He's hitting .275, but his on-base percentage is .379. Excuse me, .430. Courtesy runner is out there now. West Delaware mounting a little rally here. Runners at first and second. This is a two-hole hitter, Maddox Ladd. He's a senior. He's their center fielder. Cale Foreman, the freshman, on the mound. Fastball outside half. Should be hauled in by Bentley. Short fly ball. Bentley gets out number 2. Good job of staying ahead in the count by Cale. Get the important second out. Infielders will cover a little ground. We have a force out. Any base now. This is Will Ward, their left fielder. Ball comes in, trying to drop that 12-6 down on his back shoelaces. Ward does a good job of staying off. 1-0 is the count. We're in the top of 3 here. Mount Vernon is leading 3-0, and West Delaware trying to mount a rally here. Good stop by Thurn. We're 2-0 in the count. Ward is also a senior. Again, a lot of upperclassmen, much like Benton, who was here last Thursday night in our doubleheader coverage. There's the fastball, pulls his head, strike 1. Looked like he wanted to go to the downs, maybe hit one over the tracks, but he pulled his head off, and it's strike 1 for Cale Foreman. Noel Jackson's playing third base. He's had a lot of action down there. There's again a shot into left center. Ball's down. Trying to get the play at third base, and he's out there. Oh, man, they call him safe. Wish we had replay. Good job of Jasper seeing the play. Gave up the run at the plate. There was not a play there. He threw behind the runner. And Nolan had to regroup a little. He was going to be the cutoff guy for the play at the plate. And then he had to regroup a little bit. And it looked like we had him dead to rights at third base. But the umpire coming across the infield, I think he maybe thought there was going to be at the plate also. But he calls the runner safe at third base. So West Delaware Hawks still in business here. So instead of being out of the inning, it keeps them alive. And number 25, Peyton Aldrich, comes to the plate. He's their first baseman, lefty. He's also a senior. Looks like potentially we might have caught a cleat or something on Nolan Jackson, maybe been a nail back. He's getting some tape, some blood time maybe, or might have ripped a fingernail. Sometimes when you dive back in like that with the tag, the ball did not come out. He kept it in his glove. Great effort by both Jasper and Jackson to try to get that out, but we weren't rewarded with the effort on the call. Aldrich is hitting. Strike 1. Good job, Cale. Way to stay on top. Working out ahead. Aldrich is hitting .330 on the year. On base percentage is .496. He's one of the leading batters in both categories for the Hawks. He's got runners at first and third, 2 outs. There's a fastball outside corner, maybe a little bit of a slider. 0-2. Good first 2 pitches to the lefty. So we go left on left here. Top of 3. The Hawks got on the board. They scored 1. Runners at first and third. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch. Big hole on the right side. Maddox not able to come off the bag there to come get it. We were having to hold the runner with first and third base. And there was a big hole on the right side that the ball found. And so it's now 3-2. So that call at third base is hurting us a little bit. Just a ground ball. Kale still in control here. Runners at first and second for the Hawks. Middle of the order. It's a fastball driven to center. Sitting right on it is Jasper. Nice place by Jace. Those line drives are tough to judge sometimes, and he sat tight and got it. So the West Delaware Hawks able to get a couple back after Mount Vernon scored 3 in the bottom of the second. After 2.5, it's Mount Vernon 3, West Delaware 2. Second inning was brought to you by Richardson Hanson Holtz Insurance Agency. They are one of our maroon sponsors that have made a year-long commitment to all of the student athletes here at Mount Vernon in every sport. And again, a big thanks to Richardson Hanson Holtz Insurance Agency for supporting our programs and our broadcasts. It's our hope that you will join us again in 2023, 2024 as we continue to try to bring you spot coverage of all of our sport action. Batting in the bottom of the third, leading off, will be Jasper. He got jammed last time, but he's got his average up to 320. So he's coming along nicely as a freshman. Tough wrestler, second in the state last year. Jasper's boys love to play football as well. We'll see if he can get us started, get another leadoff hitter on base. This is Sam Miles. Niles is the senior that's still on the hill. Just joining us, it's the bottom of 3 here. Mount Vernon is leading 3-2 over the West Delaware Hawks. There's a bunt for a hit. Kicks foul. Third baseman is playing way back. A lot of room on that side. Jasper seeing that, thinking he might take advantage of it, but it kicks out of play there to the left side. So the third baseman will climb in a little bit. To Niles' credit, the pitcher has made a couple nice plays on bunts. One of them he had to throw out from his hindquarters. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball, hard, high ground ball to the third baseman. Fields it. Nice stretch by the first baseman for out number 1. Thought maybe it was going to go over the top of him. Jace drew the third baseman in with that bunt attempt. Sometimes you draw him in and it helps your average, but he couldn't quite get it over the third baseman. So first out for West Delaware, and it'll bring up Ethan Wood. He's a sophomore, 6'4". He rolls over one breaking pitch. Miles didn't throw a lot of breaking pitches early, and as of late, he has been starting many of the hitters off with breaking pitches. So he's started to mix things up. After we got a couple gap shots, he's starting to change speeds a little bit more. We're 1 out here in the bottom of 3, 0-1 on Wood. Here comes a pitch. Fastball is low. Ethan primarily a fastball hitter, trying to learn how to go the other way with breaking pitches, try to identify the rotation. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball fouled off, pulled off just a little bit. Ethan is right on that pitch. Got to get the top half, hips and hands, drive right through the ball. Fastball is running away from him just a little bit. Try to take it the opposite way. He has enough power to burn the left fielder if he goes oppo. Here comes the next pitch. Fastball inside, tries to get the inside corner. Real close. 2-2 is the count to Ethan Wood. Ethan has played some first base. He's playing left field tonight. Sitting on a 2-2 count with 1 out. There's a breaking pitch high. Niles doesn't quite stay on top of that one. It kind of runs outside. And we're full count to Ethan Wood. Get us a base runner here, Ethan. Likely a fastball. Here comes a pitch. Fastball swinging to the right side. Second baseman sits on it, makes the play for the second out of the inning. Couldn't quite get all that. Kind of rolled over on a fastball. Second out, Ethan Wood to the second baseman. So it was Yankovic to Aldrich for out number 2. Now Niles dealing. Foul ball. This is Maddox Rollinger. Started him off with the breaking pitch again. We talked about patterns and learning, watching the people in front of you. Got to keep his hips in. He pulled out just a little bit, but he battled, got a foul ball. 0-1's the count. There's a breaking pitch. Tried to get it into left center. They're playing shallow, and they're able to come get it for the 3rd out. So a breaking pitch by Niles gets Maddox Rollinger for the 3rd out. So no action in that inning. Quick work by Sam Niles. And after 3 innings, it's the West Delaware Hawks 2 and the Mount Vernon Mustangs 3. So 3-2, Mount Vernon at the end of 3. Tonight's 3rd inning in Game 1 has been brought to you by Bunch Heating and Cooling. They're a maroon sponsor for us, year-long commitment to supporting the sports programs here at Mount Vernon and helping us with our coverage. So thanks to Bunch Heating and Cooling for your support. We look forward to working with you in 2023-2024. This is Cale Foreman, the young freshman, starting the top of the 4th. It's the longest that I've had a chance to see Cale. He's had some spot innings trying to get his arm strength back. He was dealing with arm problems early in the year. Going into this season, was kind of pegged as one of the starters, one of the primary starters as a young freshman. Threw a little bit last year for us as an 8th grader. I want to show you, this is Kellen Moeller right here, 9U right here, getting a few looks in the box there, swinging at lefty. That's Ryan's brother, one of our seniors. Thanks for your help, Kalen. We have a 9-year-old grandson, Niall Reasland, that plays with Kalen. Here we go. We're in the top of 4. This is Yankovic, the freshman. Excuse me, the second baseman. Yankovic is a sophomore, one of their younger guys. 2 balls, no strikes. Got to get back on top, Cale. There's a fastball, right straight back. So far tonight, other than the opening batter, Cale doing a good job throwing strikes, staying competitive in the zone. There's a breaking pitch or a change, something off speed. Looked like a change. Wasn't the 12-6. It's a great pitch to mix into a right-handed hitter. 2-2's the count. Get one yourself. There it is. High fly ball. It's deep. Jaspers looks like he's got a beat on it. He's carrying him way back toward the track, but he's able to run it down deep left center. So Yankovic gives it a ride, but Jasper is there, and it's out number 1 in the top of 4. Mount Vernon on the year has 133 strikeouts, but they have 123 walks. And so it's really critical for Cale to continue to stay ahead in the count. It's ball 1. There's a strike, outside half, letter high. This is Brady Shaw, the DH. Shaw is also a senior. This one's going to get down, left center. So 1 out, single. Shaw getting on base with 1 out here in the top of 4. This is the catcher, Ogden. Running situation here with Shaw, the senior. They've not taken too many chances here with Cale on the mound from the left side. Good running situation here. Freezes him. A little bit high. Fastball out. Ogden is also a sophomore. He had kind of a Little quail to right field the first time up. There's a fastball that runs away. Ball 2. Coach Chapman's going to call timeout and go out and visit a little bit with Cale. Last 2 hitters we've fallen behind in the count. Not quite as sharp with their fastball. Ogden is just hitting .218, but he did get a hit earlier in this game. He has a .365 on-base percentage. Just a sophomore trying to work his way in a little bit. The DH Shaw was a senior. He's hitting .270. He is the senior at first base. There's 1 out here in the top of 4. Mount Vernon scored 3 in the bottom of 2, and the West Delaware Hawks scored 2 in the top of 2, so we're 3-2 here. There's the move, froze him, and he's out. Good job there, a good pick off. Had him cold. Good job by Coach Chapman going out and talking to the boys. I think he reminded Cale that he had not thrown over yet. So you don't have to show your best move the first time, but he had not thrown over, and that time he froze him. So out number 2. Get right back in the zone with a strike, 2-1. So a pickoff and then a strike gets Cale right back into groove. Here comes the next pitch. Fastball away, fouled off. Back to 2-2. Doesn't take a lot sometimes just to get back into the flow of things. It's as much mental as it is physical at times. So here comes Cale with the 2-2 pitch. Change up, fouled off. Unfortunately, I guess it wasn't fouled off. I thought it was kicked out, but it came off of Thurn, the catcher. So he ends up a strikeout with an error. And so he reaches first base. So we're pretty good about blocking those. It was a changeup in the dirt. I don't know if it caught the plate a little bit. I was blocked out. I thought maybe it might have been a foul ball. There's a high fly ball. Should be able to get out of it. It's going to come back toward play. Thurn is under it, makes the catch. Good job of battling back by Cole. People make mistakes. You just don't want to make 2 in a row. You don't want it to snowball. So Cole Thurn battles back. Very competitive young man. And we get out of it. Doesn't hurt us. So after 3.5, it's West Delaware Hawks 2. Mount Vernon coming to the plate in the bottom of 4. Couple other points of interest. This is on the west side. Obviously, we have some tournament play coming up, but on the west side, Benton, this is going into this week. Benton was 12-6. They definitely are in first place. They're 24-8 overall. We hosted them last week. Lost 1 in the first game, 6-1, and then we came back and lost a tough one, 1-0. Just a pitcher's duel. They scored 1 run in the top of 1, and it held. Kind of unusual. But they are sitting in first place in the West. It's Clear Creek Amana that's 11-7 and 16-9 overall. Then you have CPU that's 8-10 and 14-13 overall. Williamsburg has fallen back. They're now 7-13. We swept them here 2 weeks ago. And since that time, they've kind of gone on a slide. And so they now are 7-13 and 17-18. So they're below 500 overall and well below 500 in the West. And then you have South Tama at 2-16, which we swept earlier in the week. And then Benton-Schellsburg at 0-18. Leadoff hitter to bottom of 4 is Nolan Jackson playing third base. Niles is on the mound. There's the breaking pitch again for a strike. It's sounding like a broken record, but we're going to sit on one that we want. We may just want to hit fastballs, but pitcher's ahead in the count, 0-1. There's the fastball. We jump on it. It's pulled foul. 0-2. A lot of players don't like to waste hacks early in the count with breaking pitches. They want to sit on something down the chute with fastballs, but when the ball isn't real sharp and it's kind of a tumbler, it's a good one to jump on. So we'll see how Nolan does here. 0-2. Going to have to guard it here. Hands back, go the other way. There's the breaking pitch up the middle. Stays down for the shortstop. 360 whirl. Slips, but a good athletic play by the shortstop. That's Tyrus Werner. Thought maybe the slip would throw off the throw, but it was right on the money over there at Aldrich. So out number 1 for the West Delaware Hawks, and it brings to the plate Ryan Moeller. Ryan burnt the right fielder. He went right center gap for a double and then was able to go to third on a play at the plate that got away from the catcher. There's the breaking pitch again for a strike. It's got a little movement. You can see it pretty early. 0-1 count, 1 out here in the bottom of 4. Here comes the pitch. There's another one in the dirt. Ryan, a senior, said he'd be going to Iowa State next year. We'll be meeting his parents in between games. There's the fastball up. You can see out in center field. Got Henry Ryan's number 5, and we have 8 Rollinger and 12 Moeller and 22 Jackson honoring the seniors tonight in between games. Last doubleheader of the season here at Ash Park. Fouled off the right side. 2-2's the count. It was decided earlier in the week that we would be going to West Delaware for tournament play on July 7th. So we'll play West Delaware 2 here tonight, and we'll turn around and go back there next week for the first round of the tournament. There's a fastball, hits the outside corner, freezes him. Maybe looking for a breaking pitch, and it's one of the first strikeouts for Niles, the senior from West Delaware. 2 outs, bottom of 4. This is Mikey Ryan. Mikey had a big hit. Helped score a run in the bottom of 2nd. We'll see if he can stay hot, see if he sits on a breaking pitch. There it is, but it's high. Good job of staying off of that pitch. It's above his hands. 1-0 is the count. Here comes the second pitch. Fastball jammed him. I don't think it's going to get enough to kick foul, and he flips it over. I was hoping it might catch some turfus there, but it stayed in the grass, so it stayed fair. So fastball came up in on his hands, grounded out to the right side. And so for the third out, it was pitcher to Aldrich, the first baseman. And after 4 complete, it's Mount Vernon 3, West Delaware Hawks 2. Our 4th inning has been brought to you by Gary's Foods. This is game 1 of a doubleheader tonight, senior night. And it's Gary's Foods that is bringing you this 4th inning. Longtime sponsor of Mount Vernon Athletics. Appreciate all the support Gary's Foods does for our community and for our sports programs. They are a maroon sponsor, year-long commitment, all sports. So thanks to Gary's Food for helping us here in 2022, 2023. And we look forward to working with you again next year for supporting our broadcasts in 2023, 2024. Again, 4th inning brought to you by Gary's Foods. Well, we're approaching the middle innings here, second half of the contest. Mount Vernon is coming off a doubleheader sweep of South Tama. They won 15-0, 9-2. They are ahead here in the top of 5. Mount Vernon is ahead 3-2. We have a new pitcher on the mound. for the Mustangs. This looks like Austin Mercer, number 23, lefty. Cale Foreman was able to go 4, just gave up 2 runs. And this is now Austin Mercer, 6'1", junior left-hander. Comes inside, but it's a little tight. Ball 1. Apparently the batter called time. We won't say that that's Dave Ryan. We'll say that was the batter calling time. This is Tyrus Werner. Throws behind the batter. 2-0. Not had a chance to see a lot from Austin. Going to have to find the zone here. Here comes a pitch. There's a strike. Outside half. 2 lefties in a row for Mount Vernon. This is the junior. And Cale Foreman, the freshman, started the first 4 innings. Next pitch, strike 2. 2-2. After 2 balls, Mercer battling his way back. Not seen an off-speed pitch yet, but just trying to throw strikes here and get a ground ball for us in the top of 5. Here comes a pitch. Behind him, hangs on to the ball a little too long. A little anxious out there, full count. Infield's been pretty solid for the Stangs. Got a force out at second with Schwartzendruber. There's the breaking pitch. It hangs for him. He gets his hands on top of it. Rounds first aggressively. Throw in from Moeller in left. I guess Woods is in right. Moeller's in left. I might have had that reversed earlier. But Moeller comes and gets it. Hits the cutoff man. And again, West Delaware has their leadoff hitter on. See what Mercer's move is like. We had mentioned that they had stolen 101 bases, West Delaware, on the year. We've picked off 2 so far tonight. There's the bunt. Missed for strike 1. They've only given up 42 stolen bases, but they have produced 101. So that's a great ratio. We'll see if they choose to bunt again. Runner at first base, move over, safe. This is Maddox Lott. He's a senior. He's been playing center field. Comes the left-hander to the plate. Throws to first base, gets the out. Tries to bare hand it first. Austin kind of knocks it down with his hand. It was going a little harder than what he thought, but he was able to stop the momentum, pick it up, and get the out to Maddox Rollinger. So out number 1 is Mercer to Rollinger, and it advances the runner to second base. So West Delaware with runner in scoring position. And this is Will Word, a senior. Throw inside. Stays off. Ward is hitting .309 on the year. .430 is his on-base percentage. There's a whirl move. Keeps him close at second base. Mercer to Bentley, communicating there in the middle. This is senior Word playing left field. There's a pitch, fastball, outside spot. Nice job by Mercer spotting up one on the black. 1-1's the count. Tough for right-handers to go opposite field sometimes. Got to live outside on them. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Bentley moving in and out at second. There's a breaking pitch, high fly ball to left. Moeller's got a long ways to go. It's going to be foul. So strike 2, a long strike. West Delaware has 11 home runs on the year. Mount Vernon has 2. So Word tries to muscle up, but it's a long fly ball. It's just a long strike. So Mercer's ahead in the count, 1-2. Runner at second base. One out here in the top of 5. Mount Vernon clinging to a 3-2 lead. Ball low in the dirt. Good stop by Thurn. Evens the count at 2-2. Infield covering some ground. Shorts and Gruber at short. Bentley holding him at second. Here comes a pitch. Breaking pitch. Tries to time it up. It's going to be tough play. Bentley's going back. Doesn't make the play. It goes down. Looked like maybe Wood was going to get it. Bentley got turned around. Open to his right. Had to go back to his left. Couldn't quite make the catch. So they get a seeing eye blooper for a hit. So West Delaware now has runners at first and second with one out. Aldrich, one of their leading hitters, hitting .330, on base percentage .496. Lefty on lefty. There's a strike. Mercer has settled in here a little bit. First batter, a little bit uneasy, but he has found the zone and has been pumping strikes here the last 2 or 3 hitters. 0-1 count with one out. There's another pitch rolled over on, fouled over into the West Delaware dugout for 0-2. Maddox Rollinger playing first base tonight over with Bentley. You have Wood over there on the right side in right field. Aldrich likes to pull the ball here. Comes set. Schwartz and Duber baiting him there. There's the changeup. Little offside, off-speed pitch, fouled off the bat. Almost queued it up there. A lot of space over there at shortstop. We've got Schwartz and Gruber holding him tight, trying to keep him from running. We're still 0-2 in the count with one out in the top of the 5th. Here comes a pitch, little outside, good 0-2 pitch. Nice waist pitch by Mercer. Almost looks like a shift. Nolan Jackson is clear over playing kind of in the hole. There's a pitch that gets away a little bit from Mercer. So we're down to 2-2. Top of 5. Mount Vernon leads 3-2. West Delaware threatening. Here comes the pitch. Timeout for the batter. Wants to reset his feet. Aldrich is a senior first baseman. A little bit of an open stance for him. Move over. Oh, they had him. Great backdoor play. They had him, but Maddox can't hang on to it. He was dead to rights over there. Good time for it. West Delaware didn't expect it, but we couldn't quite hang on. So could have been out number 2 over there, but the ball was dropped. So we'll see if we can go get the hitter here with the 2-2 count. There's the breaking pitch struck. There's a double play ball. Step and throw. Nice play, Bentley. Way to come back, Mercer. Good job. Soft line drive over to Bentley on the right side. First baseman was caught earlier, but this time stays at first. Gets the throw back from Bentley. Double play. Line drive out. Doubles the guy off on first for the second and third out here in the top of 5. So good job of holding their own here. After 4.5, it's Mount Vernon Mustangs 3 and the Hawks from West Delaware 2. Sam Niles is taking the hill again for the bottom of 5. He's gone the distance for the Hawks. We'll have a pinch hitter leading off the bottom of 5. This is sophomore Eric Lamb. Eric Lamb has been playing a lot of first base here the last couple weeks. He's new to the school district. He throws left and bats right. Has a great stretch at first base. We've had him several times making defensive plays at first base. Very good speed for a big, rangy sophomore. So Lamb batting against Niles here in the bottom of the 5th. If you're joining us, we're at Ash Park, beautiful Cornell campus. Last doubleheader, the WAMAC East. Mount Vernon is taking on league-leading West Delaware Hawks. And this is Lamb, the sophomore, facing Nile. Comes the first pitch. Fastball, no, a little bit of a slider. Got away from the catcher. He's been throwing a lot of slower, kind of slurve off speed stuff, but that had a little bit more pace to it. So it was either a running fastball or a slider. Here comes the next pitch. Fastball up. Lamb is ahead in the count, 2-0. Good hitters count here for Lamb. Lamb is hitting 200. It's been kind of a hard knock guy. He had several deep fly balls to center field against Benton. Just couldn't find the grass, the green. And he's 3-0 ahead in the count here, trying to get our leadoff hitter on. In the second, when we scored 3, the leadoff hitter got on, and we scored 3. There's a fastball for a strike, 3-1. It's a contact hitter. Good levers. Head in the count. We'll see if he can sit on one. Turns on one, but it goes foul. Strike 2. Jammed him a little bit. Went down the third base line to Coach Chapman. Full count. Niles battled into a full count. Lamb is at the plate. Oh, good hands. He slaps it into center, but that center fielder is playing shallow. And in a lot of cases, that would have been a base hit. But West Delaware playing the Mustangs extremely shallow. So out number 1 for West Delaware. Fly ball to center field, and it brings up Cole Thurn, the catcher. Cole tries to bunt for a hit. It's where he wants to put it. He's got to put on this speed. He's in there. Right where you needed to put it. The third baseman's been playing deep. He came aggressively, tried to get it, but it was Thurn beating him out. Seth Goebel, the third baseman, couldn't quite get him. So we'll have Rentschler courtesy running again for Thurn. So base hit for Thurn. That's his second hit of the night. And we got Bentley back up. Hot hitting .450, Bentley. His on-base percentage is .483, and he's hitting .450. He's due. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Hit one sharp to the right side to the second baseman. Real good line drive hitter. He does have 2 dongs on the year. 0-0 is the count. Here comes a pitch from Nile. High breaking pitch. No, he called it a strike. I thought it was above his hands. I think he was bunting on his own. Chapman is kind of wanting to swing. Third baseman is in. With his batting average, I think they're wanting him to drive the ball. Right fielder has moved back a little. Center fielder still playing shallow. See if Colin Bentley can burn somebody here. He's got some gap power. 0-1 is the count. Oh, he pulls off of a breaking pitch. 0-2. Good location by Niles. Gets him fishing. Got 0-2 to Bentley. Rentschler is courtesy runner at first base. Kind of a conservative lead. Hard ground ball to shortstop. Double play ball. Bentley runs well, and he beats it out. Rolls over on a breaking pitch, so Rentschler is out on a fielder's choice to second base. And it will be Bentley that's safe at first base. This is Jasper. He's playing outfield today. Mentioned earlier, but Jace has gotten his batting average up to .320. He's a .393 on base percentage guy. Great spot for him to be in. We have 2 outs. Bentley can run. We'll see how aggressive Coach Chapman decides to be here. 2 outs. No balls, no strikes. This is Sam Niles pitching for West Delaware. Here comes the pitch from a set. Move over. Kind of an unusual move. Doesn't move his back foot much. Has a low sidearm delivery over there. Trying to keep Bentley honest. Bentley's almost out to the grass cutout. This is Jasper at the plate. Fastball right down the chute. Strike one. No balls, one strike, 2 outs. We're in the bottom of 5. Mount Vernon leading 3-2. Trying to get a run here in the bottom of the 5th. Bentley can run. If Jace can find a gap in left center, we may be able to shore from third base. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Safe. Jaspers is 0-1 here. Pitcher Niles works away. 1-1 is the count. Jace working himself back in there. Bentley may choose to run here. Try to run on an off-speed pitch. This is Jaspers, the center fielder. He catches some. Fastball, high bounce. Tried to get a hop. Flip to the second baseman for the 3rd out. Good job by the shortstop sitting there. I thought it might kick up. He didn't come get it. He took a drop step. So it's the 3rd out. Goes 6-4. Short to second. So Mount Vernon leaves 1 on base in the bottom of 5 after 5 complete. It's Mount Vernon 3, West Delaware 2. Fifth inning has been brought to you by Lynch Ford Chevrolet. They're a maroon sponsor, a year-long commitment to Mount Vernon student athletes. Appreciate Lynch Ford Chevrolet for all their coverage here with the Mount Vernon coverage, various broadcasts. And it's our hope that you will continue to support Mount Vernon action in 2023-2024. So again, thanks to Lynch Ford Chevrolet for bringing us our 5th inning. Beautiful night here for baseball. We're at Ash Park and Cornell College. Air is clearing up a little bit. Very unusual summer with the smoke and the fires coming down from Canada. Some activities this week being canceled because of it. Just a very weird feel. Kevin Werner is the head coach for West Delaware. He's had to work through some of these oddities, and also Coach Charles Chapman for Mount Vernon. So some unusual conditions this year. Instead of rain and things like that, we're having to work through some air quality issues. But we're in the top of 6 here, closing in this first game. We have a doubleheader tonight with West Delaware. This is Austin Mercer, who came on in relief in the 5th inning of Cale Foreman, the other left-hander. Mount Verner's pitches, they have a 5.21 ERA. First time we've had a chance to look at Mercer. Fastball fouled straight back. This is Hayden Linus, senior right fielder. ERA for West Delaware has been 3.26 on the year. Here comes a breaking pitch, a little bit high. Took something off there, tried to freeze Linus, but it's 1-1 is the count. Sitting up outside is Cole Thurn, but he kind of comes back in on him, handcuffs Cole a little bit for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Top of the 6th, nobody out. Leadoff hitter is senior Linus. There's a fastball struck sharply into left center. Jaspers is coming over to it, cuts it off, hits the cutoff man Schwarzendruber, and they get it in quickly to Bentley, and it holds Linus to a long single. Good play by Jace Jaspers out there in center field. Bring to the plate, number 1, Brent Yankovic. Yankovic is a sophomore, one of the 2 sophomores playing for West Delaware. He plays second base. There's the move over, knocked down by Maddox. Linus, the senior, at first base. There comes the move. Fastball up and away. Mercer doesn't quite get on top of that pitch. Mercer comes set. There's a fastball. Says it's high and inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Mercer, the junior, 6'1" lefty. Batter calls time. Well, I guess the home plate umpire calls a balk. I think Austin must have taken the ball out of the glove. He came set, and then he took his hands out of the glove the way it looks. So West Delaware gets the tying run to second base with nobody out here in the top of 6. Mercer comes to the plate. Fastball away. 2-0. This is Austin's second inning of action. He came in on relief of Cale Foreman. Bentley holding the runner at second base. Mercer catches the outside corner. Good job by Austin coming back in the zone. It's 3-1. High fly ball to left side. Looks like it will be foul ball. Moeller runs clear to the fence. Slams into the left field fence. But the ball goes out of play. And Mercer is back into it. Full count. This is Yankovic, the sophomore, second baseman. First base is open. We'd love to get our first out here. Mercer comes set. Pitch is high, ball 4. So Coach Chapman's going to take a break here and talk a little bit to Austin. Gotten ourselves in trouble here a little bit in the top of 6. We're in the top of 6 here at Ash Park with the Mount Vernon Mustangs leading 3-2 against leading West Delaware Hawks. In the WAMAC East, tight race at the top. West Delaware is clinging to the lead with a 15-3 record with a .833 winning percentage. Marion is right on their heels with a 14-4 record, .778 percentage. Solon is in third, 13-5 with the .722. Then it's Independence at 10-8, Mount Vernon at 8-10, and Maquoketa at the bottom at 3-9. So West Delaware trying to hang on to the WAMAC East lead, and Mount Vernon trying to get game 1 of a doubleheader. This is Mercer coming set. High fastball away for ball 1. This is the DH, Brady Shaw. Shaw is hitting .270, .361 on base percentage. There's the bunt, gets it down. Mercer fields it, goes to first base. Shaw does his job. Advances the runners to second and third. Good job of playing his position. Austin Mercer gets the out with Maddox Rollinger. This is the catcher, the other sophomore in the lineup, Sam Ogden. Corners are in on the left side, and we're back in the middle. Pitch, fastball runs away, ball 1. Mount Vernon fielding percentage at .924. There's the fastball, ground ball. Oh, it's a shot. They're going to have a play at the plate. Blocked nicely. He's out on the tag. Guy almost avoids the The tag kind of goes out of the baseline. Schwartzendruber gets a short hop at second base. It was a line drive short hop. He sits down nicely, throws it to Thurn. It short hops Thurn, but Cole Thurn is able to block it and get the runner at the plate. So big out, number 2 for the Stangs. And this will bring the number 9 hitter, the pitcher, Sam Niles, senior, to the plate. So 2 outs, still runners at first and second. Fastball in the dirt. Good job by Cole blocking it. 1 ball, no strikes. Infielders can cover a little ground here. There's 2 outs. You have a force out at any base. Need to try to get a ground ball here. This is Mercer. High fly ball. I think Thurn may have room. He's hustling to get after it, but it hits high up on the net. Has a little trouble getting out of the way of the umpire, but it hit up on the net. Cole needs to work on turning away from the hitter. Has a tendency to turn into the hitter, sometimes tough to get. Usually the ball goes away from the hitter. Didn't have a chance there. Great hustle by Thurn. 1-1 is the count with 2 outs. We're in the top of 6. This is Mercer, the junior left-hander on the hill. Next pitch, shot, hits to left center. We can't get to it. Jaspers hits the cutoff man. We got to play at third. This time they call him out. So they tie the ball game on the hit to left center. The coach is asking for play interference on the base runner. I did not see it, but the guy was dead to rights at third base. We had a play earlier where we had the guy at third base also, but this time they were called out by the umpire. So the appeal does not fly, and Mount Vernon gets the third out at third base, but not before West Delaware ties the ball game 3-3 here in the top of the 6th. So after 5.5, it's West Delaware Hawks 3, Mount Vernon 3. West Delaware still going with Niles. This is his 6th inning of action. Done a good job of mixing pitches. Not putting a lot of runners on base with walks or hit by pitch. Mixes in a breaking pitch, uses it a fair amount on the first pitch of each batter. Fielding percentage by West Delaware is at .951, so they've done a good job in the field. Niles has made a couple nice plays at the mound on bunts, so he has fielded his position well too as a senior. Leading off for Mount Vernon here in the bottom of 6 is Ethan Wood. Talented sophomore, 6'4", wrestler, football, baseball, plays some first base. He's playing right field for us tonight. Ethan is hitting .256 on the year. He's .299 on base percentage. First pitch to him, breaking pitch in the dirt. We go for it. Strike 1. Got to sit back, get a good look at that first pitch. Starting us off with a lot of off-speed stuff. 0-1 is the count. This is Niles to Wood. Ball in the dirt. Good discipline there by Ethan. Great levers, a lot of power here by Ethan. Good time to hit one in the gap. There's some green open out there. Here comes the pitch. There's rolled over on it. Second baseman plays a tough hop, throws it over to the first baseman Aldrich for out number 1. This is senior Maddox Rollinger. Game interview with Maddox earlier. Said he's going to Iowa to further his education. Plays first base. He'll probably pitch game 2. There's the breaking pitch that we've been talking about for strike 1. Niles still throwing strikes. Come set. Another breaking pitch turn. That's down the line. Grass is slowing it down. They're getting it in quickly, but Maddox sits on one and gets a good base hit. The senior gets things started here on the bottom of 6. This will be another senior here, Nolan Jackson. So we have 3 seniors in a row here. Rollinger, Jackson, and then Moeller. But this is Jackson, the third baseman. There's the breaking pitch for a strike. Niles' favorite leadoff pitch. As we mentioned, we're playing West Delaware here tonight, hosting them a doubleheader, and then we'll go there next week for the first round of the tournament. There's a fastball outside corner for strike 2. Nolan's going to have to dig in and battle. Rollinger on first base. Had a nice line drive base hit down the line. This is Jackson, 0-2. Fastball away, ball 1. Good 0-2 pitch by Niles. Jackson hitting .264. He has a .341 on-base percentage. Senior third baseman also plays short. There's the breaking pitch. That should be in the gap, but the left fielder, it kind of hangs up. The left fielder is able to come over and get it for out number 2. Started out a little bit quicker off the bat. I thought it might get into the gap, but it was caught by the left fielder for the Hawks. That's Will Ward, the senior left fielder. And this will be Moeller, the other starting senior, with Rollinger at first base. Throw over. Rollinger is back. A little bit earlier in inning number 2, when Mount Vernon got all 3 of their runs, it was Moeller that hit a gap shot to right center, scoring Rollinger. There's the breaking pitch, runs away, swinging miss, 1-1. Good pitch by Niles. 0-1 pitch, 2 outs, fastball, just a little wide. Niles, the senior, has been working with sophomore Ogden the whole ball game. That's the battery for the Hawks. You have Mercer, the junior, and Thurn, the sophomore, for the Stangs. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Breaking pitch. Stayed off it, but it ticked off of his bat for strike 2. Wasn't able to quite get his bat out of the way. And so it's a second strike for Niles. Going to have to read bat head here with the guy at first base. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ball away. Got to try to score on a double from first base. Shuffle, shuffle, read the bat head. 2 down. 2-2 count. We call this lucky 2s. Let's see if we can do something with it. Ryan Moeller at the plate, senior. There's a breaking pitch high. Pretty tough to do anything with that. That was way over his head. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're the bottom of 6 here at Ash Park. It's Mount Vernon 3, West Delaware 3. Mount Vernon trying to manufacture a run here in the bottom of the 6. Here comes the full count pitch by Niles. Sharp move over, blocked in the dirt by Aldrich. Mikey Ryan is on deck. He had a big RBI hit early in the second inning also. Here comes the full count delivery from Niles. Fastball. It's hit hard. The center fielder's ranging back on it. Can't quite get it over his head. Good rip by Moeller, but it came a little bit off the inside part of the bat. And the center fielder able to run it down. That was Hayden Linus, the senior center fielder. Couldn't quite burn him. But again, Mount Vernon continues to push the issue with putting runners on base So after 6 complete, it's the Hawks of West Delaware 3 and the Mount Vernon Mustangs 3. Inning number 6 has been brought to you by Downtown Dental. Downtown Dental is a maroon sponsor, a year-long commitment to all of the sports programs at Mount Vernon. A big thanks goes out to Downtown Dental for all your support of Mount Vernon activities. We appreciate your help here in 2022-2023 and look forward to working with you in 2023-2024. So again, Downtown Dental, the 6th inning sponsor. We have a pitching change here going to the top of 7, all knotted up. This is McDermott, A.J. McDermott. First opportunity for us to see him on a Thursday night. Young sophomore, son of Coach McDermott. Had a real good outing against Clear Creek Amana when we split with Clear Creek Amana. Coming in here to throw the top of the 7th. He's a sophomore. Another one of our young pitchers. He'll be dealing with catcher Cole Thurn, also a sophomore. This is the leadoff hitter for the Hawks from West Delaware, Tyrus Warner. Fastball away, ball 1. Warner tries to draw in our third baseman, Nolan Jackson. He was kind of anticipating it anyway. There's a fastball for a strike by McDermott. 1-1 is the count. Talented McDermott. He has one of the lower ERAs on the staff. Pitch in the dirt, scooped by Thurn. 2-1. Werner calls time, asks for a little bit more time to regroup. Pitch, strike 2, 2-2. Paints the outside corner. Mount Vernon has 133 strikeouts on the year. West Delaware has 164. That's prior to tonight's contest. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, is outside and away, full count. McDermott trying to get the leadoff batter here. Full count. We're in the top of the 7th. Nobody out. There's the deal, fouled off by Tyrus Warner. A.J. McDermott is a sophomore. Dealing 3-2. Fastball away, fouled off again. Good job of spotting that outside half. Werner not able to keep his top hand through it to drive it to right field. But he keeps battling off with foul balls, trying to get another at bat. Another pitch. Here comes the full count. Fastball lined up the middle. Jace sits on it almost too long, but he comes up with it for the out. Those line drives are tough. They freeze you. And it almost looked like it was going to hit in the grass in front of him. But Jace lunged forward, and it's Jace Jaspers getting out number 1 here in the top of 7. We started with Cale Foreman. He threw the first 4. Austin Mercer came in for 5 and 6, and this is A.J. McDermott. Fastball in the dirt, ball 1. Maddox Lott is the senior. He's the center fielder batting. He's their 2-hole hitter. So we're in the top part of their order. Fastball high for ball 2. If you're just joining us, it's the top of 7 here in game 1. Mount Vernon versus West Delaware. There's a ground ball. Good scoop by Nolan Jackson. Short hops it for an out. Good job coming and getting it. Fields the quick hop for out number 2. 2 outs here in the top of 7. And as I was trying to get to, it's 3-3. Beautiful night for baseball here on a Thursday night. Last WAMAC doubleheader of the year. Comes the pitch. Fastball away. Ball 1. AJ deals. A little bit low. That would look pretty close. 2-0. Trying to paint that outside corner at the knees. 2 down. Top of 7. 3-hole hitter Ward takes timeout to regroup. Comes a pitch. Fastball outside corner. Gets the call that time. 2-1 is the count. Infield is Jackson at third, Schwartzendruber at short, Bentley at second, and Rollinger in right on the right side at first. This is Wood sitting on one in right field. Out number 3 to fly out to right field, Ethan Wood. And so Mount Vernon will come to the plate with a chance to win the game here in the bottom of the 7th after 6.5. It is Mount Vernon 3, West Delaware 3. Mikey Ryan will be leading off for the Mustangs here in the bottom of 7. He had a key hit in the bottom of the 2nd. Nice line drive to the left side. You're looking to get him on base. He also beat one out a little bit earlier. Sam Niles has gone the whole way for the Hawks. Senior right-hander. Kind of a battle of the pinstripe. We kind of joked up here a little bit earlier. We've got the maroon pinstripe against the orange pinstripe. Hot night, everybody elected to wear their whites. Again, Mount Vernon coming off of a doubleheader sweep of South Tama. Big scores. Mount Vernon 15-0. South Tama 9-2. South Tama is in the bottom part of the WAMAC East. Benton kind of has a stranglehold on the WAMAC West, with a 10-6 record over Clear Creek Amana 7-7. This is Ryan leading off the bottom of 7. High off-speed pitch, ball 1. Maybe taking a strike here to try to get runners on base. Here comes the second pitch. Scrap that idea. Line drive. Ryan keeps his hands through nicely. Chest high fastball in on his hands. Last time he got jammed a little bit and it went down the right side of the infield and the pitcher threw him out. This time he got his hands through on a similar pitch for a base hit. So Mount Vernon gets the leadoff hitter on here in the bottom of 7. Mikey Ryan, and this is Schwartzendruber. Sophomore shortstop looking to advance Mikey Ryan. From the stretches now. Quick move over. Caught by Aldrich. Ryan back in safely. Schwartzendruber bunted earlier effectively. We'll see what we elect to do here. Squares the bunt, butts down. Pitcher sets and makes the play to first base. He's out on the tag. Not a lot of place to go there. The pitcher threw the ball up the line. But we got the runner advance. Good job by Schwartzendruber. Garrett able to advance Mikey Ryan to second base. So looking for some timely hitting here by Cole Thurn, the sophomore catcher. Ryan is in scoring position. We're here in the bottom of the 7th. Trying to get a base hit. There's a breaking pitch outside corner. Niles continues to lead people off with that breaking pitch. 1 out. 0-1 is the count. There it is again. He taps it to the shortstop. Shortstop comes and gets it. He's out at first base. Thurn gets fooled on that breaking pitch. He fights it off with his hands. Shortstop makes a nice play. He has to come get it. And they're going to walk Bentley, our leadoff hitter, hitting .450. So they will walk Bentley to get to Jace Jaspers, the freshman center fielder. Bentley hitting .350. He's a sophomore, so they walk him with 2 outs. And they get to Jace Jaspers, who's hitting .320. Playing center field tonight. He also catches. Jasper's going to try to come through with the hit here. There's that breaking pitch, inside corner for a strike. Outfielders are relatively shallow. They're going to try to throw out the runner at second base, Mikey Ryan. We're going to have to try to find a gap. There's the breaking pitch. Fouled off. Doesn't wait quite long enough. He was on it, but he was just a little bit early. 0-2 is the pitch, or is the count here, with the third pitch coming to the plate. Bottom of 7. Jaspers against Niles. There's a ball low and outside, 1-2. Good 0-2 pitch by Sam. Jasper's a great competitor. Playing center field, trying to draw iron here. Here comes the pitch. Fastball away, 2-2. Good discipline by Jace. He's worked himself right back into it, 2-2. Looking for hard contact here by Jace Jaspers, the freshman. Be a tough play at the plate. Outfield is in, trying to gun out Ryan. There comes a breaking pitch. It's hit deep. Left fielder going over to get it. Great catch down the line by the left fielder. It was drifting into foul territory. It would have been foul, but Will Ward goes and gets it. Jaspers gets a lot of it, but it's caught by the left fielder, so that's the third out at the end of 7. So we're going to extras here. It's the Mount Vernon Mustangs playing in their last WAMAC doubleheader here of the season on senior night, playing against West Delaware, the leading Hawks. And we're going into extra innings. So after 7, it's Mount Vernon 3, West Delaware 3. That 7th inning was brought to you by Iowa Physical Therapy. Iowa Physical Therapy is a Maroon sponsor. They're committed year-round to Mount Vernon athletics. Appreciate your support of the student athletes in the school district throughout the 2022-2023 season. Iowa Physical Therapy, we hope to be looking to work with you again in 2023-24. Thanks again for your support sponsoring that 7th inning, Iowa Physical Therapy. So going into extras, we still have A.J. McDermott. It's just his 2nd inning of the game. He came on in relief of Austin Mercer. Mercer came in for Cale Foreman. Cale had a good start. He threw a complete 4, trying to work his arm back into regular shape after missing most of the season, the young freshman left-hander. And this is sophomore A.J. McDermott going against their first base senior, Peyton Aldrich. Lefty, strike 1, outside corner. Good job hitting a spot there by A.J. Oh, 1 is the count. Thurn sitting tight on the dish. There's a breaking pitch a little bit low, 1-1. The outfield is Moeller in left, Jaspers in center, Wood is out in right. Aldrich takes the next pitch, fouls it straight back for strike 2. McDermott has looked good here in short relief as a closer. This is the 1-2 pitch to their leadoff hitter. Ground ball hit over to the right side. Bentley's there, flips it over to Rollinger for out number 1. So McDermott continues to work ahead in the count. Draws a ground ball to Bentley for out 1. And the second hitter will be Hayden Linus. He's the senior right fielder. Ball 1 to start the batter. Right on the Black a little bit low, doesn't give it to McDermott, so we're 2-0 in the count. We're in the top of 8 here at Ash Park. There's a strike, foul ball to the right side. Rollinger going over, it's going to drift back, but he still has enough presence to dive back and gets it down the right side. So fly ball to Rollinger in foul territory. He's able to pull it in for out number 2. So 2 outs here in the top of 8. Mount Vernon 3, West Delaware 3. Trying to get the 3rd out here so we can get in and hit in the bottom of 8. Nice off-speed pitch. Paints the outside part for A.J. McDermott. Talented sophomore. Looking strong here in the bottom part of the game. For the top of 8. We're in extras. We'll have senior recognition between games. Fastball hit deep. Moeller is back. It's clear back to the fence, and he takes it in right on the warning track. Ball was given a ride, but we're in the deepest part of the park. And Yankovic goes deep, but it goes down as a F7. Moeller pulls it in. So at the end of 7.5, we're still knotted up. It's West Delaware 3, Mount Vernon coming to the plate. There are many fields that maybe wouldn't have held that ball. That's about 340 to 350 shot out there to the warning track, but Moeller stayed with it. Mount Vernon playing much deeper so that they have a chance to make plays on those deeper gap shots and fly balls. West Delaware playing shallow and elects to try to run things down with their athleticism. The Hawks are electing to stay with Niles. This is his 8th inning. Senior continuing to stay on the hill out there. This will be Ethan Wood. Ethan is the sophomore, 6'4", lefty. He's been playing right field tonight. He's played left field. He's also played first base on our Thursday night broadcast. The senior Niles going against sophomore Ethan Wood. The first pitch. Breaking pitch for a strike. That's been his best pitch for a strike. Leads off every hitter with that pitch. 0-1 is the count. Here comes the second pitch. Another breaking pitch. It's low. Ethan trying to get both hands through the zone. He's rolled over a couple. He's pulled some to the right side for ground balls. Needs to try to get his hands through, get a line drive for us. Here we go, Ethan. Pitch away, and he pulls off. Strike 2. Ethan working to try to see the ball hit the bat here. Chokes up a little bit. 1-2's the count. Trying to get our leadoff runner in the bottom of 8 on base. Here comes the pitch. In the dirt. Good eye. 2-2. Beautiful night here for the doubleheader. WAMAC closers. Last home game for the Stangs. Nice crowd tonight. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch gets away from Niles. We're full count. Right where we want to be here in the bottom of the 8th. Leadoff hitter up with a full count. This is Ethan Wood. Here comes the pitch. Fastball fouled off. Good battle by Ethan. Competing hard there to try to get us a base runner in the bottom of the 8th. 3-3. All knotted up here in extras. This is Niles going the whole distance. Pitch is low and outside, and our leadoff hitter is on. So Wood, Ethan, gets us started here in the bottom of 8th. Rollinger, one of our starting seniors Had a base hit last time, hit a shot over the shortstop's head. See if they bunt him over, if they elect to try to keep him hot at the plate. We've been successful with most of our bunts. A good job of getting our bunts down. This is Niles from a stretch. Breaking pitch inside, almost hits him. Continues to try to get ahead in the count with that off-speed stuff. Wood is almost clear out to the grass. There's a throw over, but he's back. Uses his 6'4" levers to his advantage on that pickoff play. 1-0 is the count. Comes the pitch. Ball 2. A lot of pitches here for Niles. Through all 8 innings, he's had a little trouble with control here in the bottom of 8. Walked Wood on a full count. He's 2-0 on Rollinger. Here comes the 2-0 pitch from Niles. Outside, ball 3. Take will be on here. Got to try to get people in scoring position. Only the lead runner means anything, but we've got to push him to second base to have a shot at it. This is Rollinger, the senior, at the plate. 3-0. Strike 1. Thought it was inside. He threw the bat out, but the umpire called it for a strike. So it's 3-1. So Niles still in business. Rollinger still battling here in the bottom of the 8th. Wood at first base. There's a shot. It's hit deep. It's gonna fall. We got to score. It's off the wall. We're gonna send him. Ball at the shortstop. Here comes the play at the plate. This is Wood diving in. It's a score. Mustangs win 3-2. Excuse me, 4-3. There's Henry Ryan out there jumping all over Wood. That's Rollinger, our pregame interview guy, coming up with a shot. Great shot by Rollinger. West Delaware had one equal to that depth in the top of the 8th, but Moeller able to catch it. And then it is Rollinger driving it, Wood scoring from first base, diving into home plate for a big 4-3 bottom of the 8th win. Great high school ball game. Niles throwing the distance for the West Delaware Hawks. And A.J. McDermott coming in relief, picking up the win. After Cale Foreman had a good start, Austin Mercer gave some good innings in the middle. Then it was A.J. McDermott closing the door. Coach Chapman visiting with his young Mustangs down the third baseline. Will be coming in here shortly with the senior night, with the senior parents and the senior players. We have 4 seniors that will be recognized tonight. Henry Ryan has not been able to play most of the season with a back issue. He's hoping to get it healed up. He has been selected to play in the All-Star Shrine football game. Had a heck of a football season. Would like to play free safety for the Co-Hawks, but needs to get healed up. Also had a great wrestling career here at Mount Vernon along with his football career. Just wasn't able to quite finish the baseball season. Maddox Rollinger, one of the heroes here in game 1. Hit one about 350 off the fence. Left fielder gave it everything he had. They've been playing people short all night long and trying to run everything down, but this one just had a little bit too much juice, and Will Ward gave it a great effort, but it was off the fence, nothing he could do. He tried to pick it up, and it kind of lost the handle. If he could have picked it up clean the first time, play at the plate might have been a little bit closer, but a little bit tough out there on the warning track, and he couldn't get a handle. And by the time they got it into the cutoff, Wood was able to score for the 4-3 win for Mount Vernon. So Mount Vernon jumped up early, second inning. Mount Vernon scores 3. We get on the board first. And then it was the Hawks bouncing right back in the top of the third. So Mount Vernon not able to make that 3 stick. And it was the Hawks then scoring 2 to bring it back to 3-2 in the third. Then kind of a battle seesaw back and forth, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And West Delaware able to push one across in the top of the 6th to tie it. It goes into extras, into 8 innings. And it is Ethan Wood walking on a full count. Then we draw another opportunity with Rollinger. And he hits the shot off the wall to score Ethan Wood. So the senior gets the winning RBI. And I believe Maddox is going to be pitching this next game. So he's going to go from giving one a ride to having to pull himself together on the mound for game 2. He has been our most consistent pitcher, at least one of them. He had a big win against Williamsburg, threw effectively at times against the Benton Bobcats, but had little control trouble. He had a few too many free passes, not so much in the area of walks. He did have a couple walks, but he had 3 or 4 hit batters, which gave us problems, and they had some timely hitting that they were able to take advantage of. So we lost a pair to Benton. But tonight here at Ash Park in game 1, it's Mount Vernon 4, West Delaware 3. So Mount Vernon takes game 1 against leading West Delaware. Out on the field, we have our players getting ready to greet our seniors. This is Nolan Jackson. It's kind of hard to see. They're down along the side. Nolan Jackson played third base tonight, and he's getting the 5 by Cale and all of his teammates. His parents are Amy and Ron Jackson. They also have a daughter, Erin, that plays softball. So Nolan has been an unbelievable contributor to the Mount Vernon baseball program, and he will go on to try to play there at Wartburg. He had a great spring playing golf as well. So the next senior is Ryan Moeller. Ryan was the left fielder that caught the deep shot in the top of the 8th. He also has pitched some. He is going to attend Iowa State University. Like I said, Nolan is going to Wartburg. His parents are Aaron and Andrew Moeller. So Ryan Moeller, senior. Aaron and Andrew, his parents. Our third senior is Maddox Rollinger, the guy with the walk-off hit to score Ethan Wood in game 1. Mount Vernon pulls it out 4-3 in extras. He had a hit earlier as well. Maddox's parents are Michelle and Cody. Maddox is going to go to Iowa to study and had a great senior night here, building some memories, and will be on the mound in game 2. And the last senior being recognized tonight is Henry Ryan, not able to play a lot because of a reoccurring back injury. His parents are Heidi and Dave. Dave helps us out up here in the box announcing. Henry, an unbelievable football career, will be going to Coe College, studying business. One of many Ryans that have done a great job here at Mount Vernon. There's many more in the lineup. Mikey is a freshman. His brother played tonight as well. So a fun group out there of seniors: Nolan Jackson, Ryan Moeller, Maddox Rollinger, and Henry Ryan. So thanks to the seniors and their parents for everything they've done, and a great celebration because of the big win here tonight. Parents giving each other hugs out there. They know what's involved in the commitments of these student athletes and all the time and efforts they put in academically and athletically. Summer sports especially, for some people it's easier to, maybe take some time off or just lift. Coach Peterson does an awesome job with the lifting program, so that's very important, but it's also great to see our softball programs and baseball programs, continue to develop during the warm months of summer. So again, thank you seniors for everything that you have done for the program. Got a little irrigating going on out there to try to get a little bit of the hardness out of the ground. You can sure tell the fact that we had some rains since last Thursday, because in last Thursday's ball game, just about any ground ball hit came up on defenders. I mean, it was tough. Some of them bounced over people's heads. It was very tough to be an infielder up until a couple of these rains that we've gotten here recently. And so you can see the green coming back in the grass a little bit. We do have a nice irrigation system here at Ash Park, both on the infield and the outfield. It is total different from when I came in '93 to take on the '93 Cornell baseball program and try to get that going. We had a regular wooden fence that would impale you in the outfield. Very dangerous. The football team practiced in the outfield, so you had very tough ground and divots and holes and everything else. And over the years, with the help of the college and the high school and a number of players, we were able to make this into a permanent facility. Seth Wing came in, did a good job here. He now is the head coach at Winona State. And, lasered this. Ryan Manat was a grad here from Cornell, is the head of Manat Construction, and so they lasered everything, redid everything, tried to make this, into a quality high school college field. We also share a facility, as you know, over by the elementary school here in Mount Vernon, where our Mount Vernon ladies play high school softball and the Cornell women play high school softball. That is a complete turfus field, one of the nicest looking facilities on this side of the state. A great place to go catch a game. The Mount Vernon girls will be hosting the first two rounds. It's a little bit undetermined yet, as long as Mount Vernon takes care of business, who might host the final game, game 3, but to try to get to state. But initially, we will have home field advantage. So a great place to check out some tournament games on the girls' side there at the softball field over by the Mount Vernon Elementary School. As we mentioned, in Sub-State 3, Mount Vernon will be going to West Delaware, so we will be playing these talented Hawks again at West Delaware next week. We were a 7 seed. West Delaware was a 2 seed, so we will be going to West Delaware. That Sub-State 3 is extremely competitive. It has Western Dubuque in it. They're the #1 team in the state, defending state champion. So it's a tough sub-state. But West Delaware will be hosting. They're one of the top seeds. They'll be hosting the Mount Vernon Mustangs on July 7th. Then Western Dubuque will be hosting Maquoketa. Decorah will be hosting Independence. We had Independence here in one of our first Thursday night WAMAC doubleheaders and split with them, and in a walk-off 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Big win in the bottom of the 7th, but it'll be Decorah hosting Independence in that sub-state first round. And then Waverly Shell Rock will be hosting Charles City, the Comets from Charles City against the Go Hawks from Waverly Shell Rock. So again, those are first round games in Sub-State 3 as you look at your July 7th pairings moving forward. In Sub-State 4, that involves some of the WAMAC schools. Dubuque-Wahlert was one of the top seeds. They will be hosting Vinton-Shellsburg. Clear Creek-Amana will be hosting Solon. So it's actually the Clippers that will be hosting Solon. So Clear Creek Amana getting home field advantage. Davenport Assumption, also one of the higher seeds, will be hosting Washington, south of Iowa City. And then Central DeWitt, who we played in a non-conference game, who's had a very strong season, they will be hosting CPU. Center Point, of course, we played earlier in the season in a doubleheader as well. So again, in Sub-State 4, it's Dubuque-Wahlert versus Vinton, Clear Creek Amana hosting Solon, Davenport Assumption hosting Washington, and then Central DeWitt hosting Center Point Urbana. In the other Sub-State area that probably is of interest with some of our WAMAC teams, it would be Sub-State 5. So Sub-State 5 is Marion, top seed, will be hosting South Tama. And Benton Van Horn will be hosting Fort Madison's, who are bringing a few teams up from farther south. And then Cedar Rapids Xavier is hosting Keokuk. So those are some schools of interest that you might recognize from our sports programs and from the baseball season, teams that we have either played in the WAMAC or maybe have played in non-conference competition. So a big week of tournament baseball coming up after we get through the second game here of this WAMAC doubleheader. The Mustangs were coming off of a huge doubleheader win at South Tama. We swept South Tama 15-0 and 9-2. Did not play on Tuesday and Wednesday. A lot of the teams in this area were canceled because of the poor weather or the poor air quality. And so we had Tuesday and Wednesday off. Tonight, things have kind of burned off a little bit. The air quality's a little better tonight, and we didn't get the heavy rains that they got south of I-80 today. And so beautiful night here for baseball. A slight breeze blowing out to left field, and just a great setting here for this doubleheader against leading West Delaware. As we look at some conference play, don't have other scores for tonight. Typically the WAMAC doubleheaders are on Monday and Thursday. But going into tonight, West Delaware was 15-3 with an .833 winning percentage. So they'll go to 15-4. Obviously we have a second game to play. Marion was 14-4 in second place with a .778 winning percentage. So there's still a battle kind of going on there with whatever happens tonight. Solon was coming in at 13-5 with a .722 winning percentage. And then you had Independence at 10-8 with a .556. And then you have Mount Vernon at 8-10, now 9-10. We were at a .444 percentage, but now 9-10. Have a chance if we can get a sweep here, come on strong with Rollinger at the mound. Could come up with a 10-10, 500 average here in the conference with a number of young players. But we'll have to have a really solid performance here in game 2. And then Maquoketa was 3-9 in the conference going into tonight with a .250 winning percentage. So that's kind of what is happening on the east side with a number of games going on here, kind of winding down the WAMAC conference schedule, getting ready for next week's tournament play. We'll have a kind of a antique day here on Tuesday, July 4th. Always a great time here in Mount Vernon. A lot of activity in town. Chance to see some vendors and just enjoy the community of Mount Vernon. When we came in '93 as a professor and coach here and strength trainer, we were referred to Mount Vernon being the little New England of the Midwest. And so a lot of neat things happening here in the community. Heritage Days coming up a little bit later, somewhere around the 7th, 8th, 9th, right in there, 10th. So another big celebration that we've had. Chalk the Walk is a favorite of a lot of people the first weekend in May. So a beautiful community and a chance for you to support other businesses and communities around our area here as we near the 4th of July. My understanding is for the first time in a while, the fireworks that is associated with Heritage Days will be moving from Carnoustie Golf Course to the Cornell football area here. So fireworks that are involved with the Heritage Days have moved here to the campus. So that'll be a little bit of a wrinkle. I'm not as familiar with the schedule for the parade and some of the other things, fun runs and whatnot. I did not bring that whole itinerary with me, but just a reminder that a lot of fun things going on here in the coming days, you know, for the people of Mount Vernon and area guests that might be coming in. Looking at the team stats a little bit so that you can make comparisons. Obviously anybody can beat anybody on a given night. You know, it comes down to throwing strikes and making plays and then timely hitting, putting the ball and play hard someplace. And so if you can do those three things, you've got a great opportunity to have fun on a given night or in a given game. But Mount Vernon's batting average, just for comparison, team batting average is about 250. And West Delaware's, according to Varsity Bound, it's 278. So you can see with West Delaware consistently pushing the needle there to be top in the WAMAC East, a little bit higher batting average. On base percentage, 410 for West Delaware and 338 for Mount Vernon. So a bigger gap there on base percentage, and that would be obviously hitting, walks, hit by pitch, just drawing bases. West Delaware doing a great job of that. Stolen bases, Mount Vernon has had 49 and we've given up 67. Tonight, Cole Thurn in inning 1 threw out the first guy that ran in kind of a bang-bang play. Mount Vernon used 2 left-handed pitchers early, tried to keep their runners close, and that was a huge out. But we just have 49 stolen bases in comparison to West Delaware's 101. And they've only given up 42, so that's almost double. So this is a team that loves to be athletic, get out and go, put pressure on people, try to make you make mistakes. And I'm not as familiar with Coach Werner's philosophies overall. We enjoyed when I was coaching level 2 high school baseball, freshman, sophomore, having good battles with West Delaware. But the philosophy of playing the outfielders more shallow and then trying to go get the ball, take away some of the flares, take away, you know, some of the things that might be in front of you, and let your athletes in the outfield go get it, whether that's turn and run or going to the side or cutting off a gap. Tonight we were able to take advantage of that a little bit. We had a couple gap shots, and then the winning hit by Rollinger, the walk-off that went clear to the wall. And the left fielder, even though he gave it a great effort, he had a long ways to go. And it was enough for us to get the winning run to win the ball game 4-3. Earned run average. Mount Vernon pitchers are young. We're going with the senior Rollinger game 2, but we are at 5.21 ERA. So that's going to be an area that we're going to have to continue to shore up as we close down the season and as we work into next year with our youth. Tonight we did a better job of not giving as many free passes and making people, you know, hit to get on base. But as a comparison, earned run average for West Delaware is a 3.26. And a lot of their arms are seniors. So, you know, they have a lot of experience, you know, probably are not giving up as many walks and whatnot. So that's, you know, that's one of the things that makes a difference. But pretty big gap there to close, but tonight that didn't make a difference. Strikeouts, 133 strikeouts for the Mount Vernon staff compared to 164 for West Delaware. So again, not a huge gap. West Delaware, you know, probably throwing strikes, making people hit the ball, getting a lot of ground outs, getting, you know, some weaker swings. And then we have struck out 123 times, and base on balls, we've had 123 base on balls, and they had 111 base on balls. But the ratio for West Delaware, 164 strikeouts to 111 walks. That's a little better ratio. We're almost 1-to-1 with strikeouts 133, walks 123, and I didn't throw in hit by pitch. And then the fielding percentage, we've been as high as 950 through the year, but tonight we're kind of leveling into around that 930, about 930, right in that range, and their fielding percentage is at 950. So they feel good about, if you put the ball in play, we're going to be able to make outs. Shortstop tonight made a couple of excellent plays, and just in the hole, coming and getting the ball. Just very athletic. It's Tyrus Werner is the shortstop. He's a senior. The pitcher, Sam Niles, had to make some good plays on bunts and field his position. There were 2 or 3 where he had to come get it, and that's extremely important. Execution of the little things, playing small ball, that always factors in. And tonight, Mount Vernon, on numerous occasions, at least 3 occasions, got bunts down. And in most cases, they got it down in the first attempt. And even though it went right back at the pitcher a couple times, rather than going to the sides, we were able to advance runners. So we put them in positions to score. So if we could get timely hitting, we were in a position to, actually do some damage. And those little things, moving runners, make a huge, huge difference. When you're looking at trying to win close ball games against teams that are extremely good. In this case, you're looking at, a West Delaware team that's 22-10, and so they've won, a lot of, close games. They've beaten, good teams. They've swept good teams, and so that is really important. If you look at the WAMAC East as a whole, these are some interesting stats, and not everybody likes stats, but baseball people tend to have some mathematic backgrounds, and they love to look at stats and use technology and have all kinds of different equipment for hitting and various ways to try to get an edge. But batting average going into tonight, Brett White, a junior from Solon, was hitting .454, and Colin Bentley, a sophomore from Mount Vernon, was hitting .450. So those were your top 2 guys. Colin was not as effective in game 1 with hits, but continued to make plays at second and will be leading off, I'm sure, again in game 2. Blake Timmons is the other Solon player. He's a senior. He's hitting .419. So even though they've fallen off a little bit and got swept by West Delaware and actually will have to go to Clear Creek to play their first round, they have those 2 leaders in batting average. Miles Davis is the talented junior that's already a D1 commit verbally. He is hitting .404, and he hasn't played all the games. I think he's been involved in going south and playing with some travel teams or, some placement teams. So we'll see what his decision is here as we come into tournament play, if he plays all the tournament with Marion, with the Wolves or not. And then Braden Trannell is a junior from Makokata that's hitting .402. And I have not had an opportunity to see Makokata play. They're in the bottom, of the WAMAC, but they have a hitter that's hitting over .400. Home runs, again, it's White from Solon, the junior, with 6 dongs. Caden Frommelt, who got 1 here, he's a senior catcher. I actually saw he pitched a little bit the other night. Strong throwing arm from behind the plate, so apparently they're working him into some pitching, maybe some closing if they need it. But he has 6. Miles Davis, the talented player, usually shortstop from Marion, even though he hasn't played all the ball games, has 5. Will Ward, here that we saw tonight, he has 4. So Ward played right field tonight, a senior, talented senior from West Delaware. And then the other player that has 3 is Brent Yakovic, and he gave a charge on a couple tonight. He has the 3, but he is just a sophomore. He played second base tonight, and he has the ability to drive the ball deep. RBIs, it's Nolan Segrin. He's just a sophomore from Solon. He has 38. And earlier in the season, we were tight with Solon 5-4, and then it kind of got away from us. But then in the second game, we were 5-1, I believe, so we were leading. And then they got hot at the plate and were able to take over in late innings to beat us. But we were right in those two games. So Nolan Segrin, the sophomore, has 38 from Solon. Brett White, he is the junior from Solon, has 33. Gehrig Turner, another Solon player, he's a junior, has 32. Caden Frommelt, the catcher from Marion, has 31. And then you have Will Ward, the West Delaware player, the senior outfielder, that has 29. And then in stolen bases for the conference, Blake Timmons, the senior from Solon, is at 36. Brett White has 35 from Solon, mentioned his name a number of times. Tyrus Werner, the leadoff hitter and talented shortstop for West Delaware here tonight, has 27. And so you've got, you know, a number of people that are pushing it. You also have Maddox Lott, the senior from West Delaware, who has 19. Maddox tonight had played center field. He's a senior for the Hawks. Earned run average, this is a little bit deceptive because you don't know. This is, again, Coach Chapman going to visit with Coach Werner and the officials for Game 2. We're between games here. I'm trying to bring you up to date on some stats in the WAMAC. In Game 1, it was Mount Vernon with a walk-off win. A great ball game, back and forth. It was 3-3 after 7, and then Mount Vernon able to get one in the bottom of the 8th to win 4-3. It was a walk-off double off the wall for Rollinger, and it was Ethan Wood who drew a walk to lead it off in the bottom of the 8th that was able to score to win the contest that way. Earned run averages are a little bit deceptive because you have situations where some of the pitchers have pitched a lot more than others. But as you look at the WAMAC East, again, I haven't gotten to see Maquoketa, but Dylan Mangler is a junior from Maquoketa, and he has a .61 ERA. And so when Varsity Bound posts that, you don't always get the amount of innings and the complete story, but that's who's at the top. Peyton Hodges from Marion, he has an ERA of .70. Tyrus Werner, again, talented shortstop tonight, made some great plays for West Delaware tonight. Leadoff hitter is a .91. I imagine at some point we'll see him. If we don't see him tonight, maybe they'll save him for the tournament. Corver Hupke, we had a chance to see him in our split with Independence. Big first baseman, swings a big stick. He was at .95. And then Caden Frommelt, who I'd mentioned, we just, pitching some, but is primarily the catcher for Marion. He's at a 1.5. So those were some of the ones that were mentioned. Pitching wins, we saw Coda Johnson from Marion. Coda has 6, and Coda's one of his strengths is just continues to just pump strikes and keep people off balance. But he's just a junior for Marion with 6 wins. Brick Cabela. Brick is a junior from Solon that has 5 wins. Peyton Aldrich, who we've seen here tonight play first base. He's a left-hander. He's a senior. He has 5 wins. Brett Yankovic, who played second tonight, has 4 wins. And then Andrew Amon, who we saw in Game 2 against Marion, a close ball game against Marion. Just a freshman, has 4 wins. So those are a few people. Dave Ryan is giving the starting lineups here. We always do the national anthem between games. Do a good job of announcing the starters and substitutes for both teams here between games.
Number 24, the catcher, Sam Ogden. And number 0, third
Probably
baseman,
have a few
Sam
changes
Niles.
in this
And now for your
game
Mount Vernon
compared to
Mustangs.
Game 1.
Shortstop number 18, Colin Bentley.
Colin Bentley will be leading off again in Game 2. Chase Jaspers is going to go behind the dish. He was in center field. Again, try to build your program with strength up the middle. This is Ethan Wood.
Third baseman, senior, number 22, Nolan Jackson.
Maddox Rollinger is going to the mound tonight. He had the big win over Williamsburg. Nolan Jackson, the other senior. And then Ryan Moeller lifting his brother, Kellen, playing first base. in game 2.
Right fielder number 6, Miles Francis.
Miles Francis will be playing, the junior.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and face our nation's flag for the playing of our national anthem.
It's Eric Lamb will be playing first base. This is the national anthem. Play ball. All right.
It's a beautiful
Game
night for
2.
baseball in Iowa.
Fans are rolling in. It's a great crowd here to end the WAMAC doubleheader. Mount Vernon finishing senior night. Beautiful walk-off win in game 1, 4-3. One of the seniors, Maddox Rollinger, gets the double off the wall to get the walk-off. So neat way for him to close up game 1. He's going to be on the hill tonight in game 2. So he's got to settle himself down after that celebration and come in and throw strikes. He's got a really nice slider. He's not afraid to come inside with a fastball. He's a senior. He's had a lot of experience. He threw a gem against Williamsburg. Against Benton, a little bit wild. He still was effective in terms of strikeouts, but gave up a few too many. And so as we look along, we've got the senior, Nolan Jackson, had a great first game at third base, plays a really good corner. Got Mikey Ryan at second base, and they moved Colin Bentley over to shortstop. So good to see his arm coming around, feeling strong enough to be able to make some plays there at short. Looks like Ryan Moeller again in left field. Right field is junior Miles Francis. We have Eric Lamb at first base. DHing will be Ethan Wood. And in center field, we have Tate Rentschler. Tate got to do a little bit of courtesy running for our catcher Thurn in game 1. But it's Jace Jaspers behind the dish in game 2. Not a lot of changes for the West Delaware Hawks. Tyrus Werner will be leading off again.
On the mound for the Mustangs, number 8, Maddox Rollinger.
Werner is a senior.
Hawks, shortstop number 12, Tyrus Werner.
Had a real good first game at short. Made several good plays in the hole and also coming getting some slow rollers. Maddox likes to get ahead in the count. Here comes the first pitch of game 2, strike 1. When Maddox is the most effective, he has a fastball that rides in on your hands, and he's not afraid to throw a slider in the back door at your front hip. There's a fastball hit into the gap. Francis going out there, makes the catch. Miles Francis in right field pulls in the first one in the gap for out number 1. This again is Maddox Lott, the center fielder. He is a senior. He and Werner were a couple of the leaders in the WAMAC. There's a bunt straight back to Maddox, steps and throws. Out number 2. Lamb stays in there calmly. Flips it over to the shortstop, round the horn for out 2. Good idea by lot, but it went right back to Maddox Rollinger. And he stepped and made the play to first base for out number 2. This is Will Ward, outfielder, one of the leaders in home runs. Slider away in the dirt. Nice block by Jaspers. Again, Jackson at short. Jackson at third, Bentley at short, Ryan at second, and Lamb at first. Here comes the pitch by Rollinger. Ball away. 2-0. Got to battle back here. Hitters count for Ward. Ball in the dirt, 3-0. One pitch at a time here in Maddox. Don't give him any freebies. Got the first 2 batters. Fly ball to right and a bunt to the pitcher. Here comes 3-0. Low, ball 4. 4 straight balls here by Maddox. Puts on Will Ward. And this will be Peyton Aldrich, the first baseman. Peyton is also a pitcher. Tyrus Werner is a pitcher. It's hard to say who we will see. I mentioned between broadcasts, there's a fastball for a strike, that we will be going back to West Delaware on July 7th. They will be hosting the first round of sub-state, and we have drawn West Delaware. This is Ward at first. Rollinger move over to Lamb. He dives back safely. Rollinger ahead in the count, 0-1. Fastball hit to the left side. Fades right into Moeller for out number 3. So Rollinger with a good first inning. He walks the third hitter on 4 straight balls, but comes right back and throws strikes. And after a half, it's West Delaware Hawks 0. Mount Vernon coming to bat for the first time. Mount Vernon will be facing Hayden Linus, the senior. Linus played right field. First innings, a right-hander. Mentioned that their staff as a whole, a 3.26 ERA. Tend to throw a lot of strikes, make you put the ball in play. They field the ball at about 954. So good defensive team. Got sophomore catcher Sam Ogden behind the dish. Do something a little bit different after the warm-up pitches. Ogden always throws the ball either first base or second. He doesn't throw the ball all the way through to second. I don't know if he's nursing an arm injury a little bit, or he just doesn't want to get too many reps there, since he probably gets a lot of reps throwing to second after the warm-up pitch. He always either goes to first or to third. This is Bentley hitting .450 for the Mustangs. This is game 2, bottom of 1. Leadoff hitter turns on one, pulls his head a little bit. Wanted to do some damage on that one. He was trying to drive that ball deep to the left side. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball outside corner for a strike. In the hole now, 0-2. This is Linus, the senior. Played right field in game 1. Fastball, hard ball hit to the second baseman. Comes up nice for him. Flips over to Aldrich for the out. So out number 1 is 4-3.
Now batting the catcher, number 31, Chase Jaspers.
And that's Yankovic throwing him out to Aldrich. Chase Jaspers hitting .320 on the year. He's catching this game, made some nice plays in center field in game 1. But as a catcher, he's hitting here. And the first pitch is low for ball 1. Ethan Wood is on deck. He is the DH, the sophomore. Jaspers is a freshman. Fastball right back at the pitcher, hits him in the leg. He knocks it down, throws Jaspers out at first base. We'll see if he's okay. He looks to be okay. Kind of hit him somewhere in the soft part of the leg, but they'll give him a chance to make sure he's all right. So right idea by Jace, right back up the middle, but it was deflected by the pitcher. He was able to pick it up and throw him out at first base. So 2 outs for the Mustangs here in the bottom of 1. We're in game 2 of a WAMAC doubleheader. Swinging miss by Ethan Wood for strike 1. It's West Delaware at 15-4 against Mount Vernon at 9-10. Fastball away, a little bit out. 1-1 is the count. Ethan Wood turns on one, a breaking pitch. Swings through it, 1-2. Good breaking pitch by Linus. Haven't seen a lot of breaking pitches. Similar situation by Niles last game. Didn't throw a lot of breaking pitches till about the 2nd or 3rd inning, and then he led probably 90% of the batters off with a breaking pitch for a strike. We'll see what kind of patterns that Linus has. It's 2-2 in the count. He tried to come with 2 breaking pitches. This is Ethan Wood, the DH. Here comes the 2-2. Way outside, ball 3. Ethan was the player that walked in the bottom of 8 on a full count. Was able to advance on Rollinger's shot to the fence to win the game. Here's the full count. Turned on it. Swings through it. Got his first base hit of the night. That time he got all of it. Good job by Ethan. He's been rolling over a little bit in game 1, got a lot of ground balls to Yankovic, but this one was hit more on the screws, and so he drives it into right field. So with 2 outs, we don't go down easy. We extend the inning. And this is Nolan Jackson. Always with 2. Here you go, Nolan. First pitch, way inside, ball 1. Great teams score a lot of runs with 2 outs. Fly ball down the right field side. It's foul. First base gives chase. Good effort by Aldrich. Not able to pull it in. So Jackson will get another shot at it. Tried to go oppo, but couldn't quite get his top hand through. So the ball fell down just inside the fence on the right field line. 1-1's the count, 2 outs, bottom of 1. Here comes a pitch. Slider outside. Good tease pitch by Linus. Earlier in the year, we were going for a lot of those, but we stay off of it. 2-1 is the count. Here comes a pitch. Oh, hit him. Man, it's a tough way to take it, right in the rib. So Nolan Jackson has to earn that one. So again, with 2 outs, Mustangs making things happen. This is Moeller. Moeller has the capability of driving one. He's a senior. Nolan Jackson, the senior that just got hit by a pitch. Now this is Moeller, the left fielder, the pitch. Breaking pitch for strike 1. Got to see that one early. Take it back up the middle or go the other way. Playing behind Nolan at first base. A lot of room over there at first base. There's the pickoff play. Lack of communication there. Second baseman was breaking off. Pitcher does a good job of just holding the ball. So Linus just trying to keep Wood close at second. Wood runs well for a 6'4" DH. There's a breaking pitch in the dirt. Moeller's able to stay off of that one, 1-1. Here comes the 2-out, 1-1 pitch. Fastball, high hopper. It's going to be close, but he just steps on third base. Thought it might get foul, but the third baseman does a good job of being patient. Fields the ball, steps on the bag. That was Sam Niles, the pitcher from game 1, getting the out. So good job by Mount Vernon trying to push a run across with 2 outs. They got runners on first and second, but we couldn't get a timely hit. So after 1 complete, it's West Delaware Hawks 0 and the Mount Vernon Mustangs 0. We're at beautiful Ash Park here in game 2 of a WAMAC doubleheader. This is the WAMAC East. And Mount Vernon able to get game 1 4-3 on a walk-off bottom of the 8th hit by the pitcher, Maddox Rollinger. First inning of game 2 is being brought to you by Hall & Hall Engineering. Hall & Hall Engineering is a maroon sponsor that commits year-round to covering athletic contests and broadcasts here at Mount Vernon. A big thanks again to Hall & Hall Engineering, and we look forward to working with you in 2023-2024. Going into the top of the second of game 2, this is Jace Jaspers behind home plate catching, and Maddox Rollinger, the senior, pitching. Maddox, the hero in game 1 with a walk-off double. Number 10 is the pitcher, Hayden Linus. Breaking pitch in the dirt. Kicks off of the umpire and Jaspers. West Delaware able to get 1 runner on in the first inning on a walk. This is their 5th hitter. Fastball fouled off. Strike 1. Top of the second. Ball 1, strike 1. Nobody out here at Ash Park. This is Rollinger. Slider away. Ball 2. 2-1. Trying to get the first out here in the second. There's a fastball, jammed him. Fouled off behind first base side. 2-2 is the count. Good position here for a strikeout. Battling their pitcher, Linus. Fastball away. 3-2. Hayden does a good job of staying off that pitch. Linus works us to a full count. Maddox Rollinger battling here. Straight back at us. Still full count. We're all full. Top of 2. Nobody out. Got a few faithful out in left center, sitting in their chairs, out by their cars. Here comes the pitch. Fastball got him. Chased it. It was above the hands, but Linus couldn't stay off. Looked good coming in there, and Maddox gets his first strikeout of the game. So out number 1 in the top of 2. K in the books for Maddox. This is Jakovic, the second baseman. He's given the ball a ride a couple times. Fastball high. Going counterclockwise, you have Lamb at first base, Ryan at second, Bentley at short, and Jackson at third. You have the young freshman behind the dish, Jace Jaspers. Behind the count, 2-0 is Maddox. Here comes the pitch. Fastball, strike 1. So 1 out here, top of second. So West Delaware Hawks. Breaking pitch hit deep to left. It's going to be foul, but it gets to the tracks. The young sophomore has pulled the ball and hit the ball deep tonight. It's a long strike. Going to have to try to pitch him away. He's a little bit ahead of everything, but very aggressive, talented hitter at the plate. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, 1 out. Fastball jammed him to the right side. Mikey Ryan over calling it, and he's on it. Bentley there to take the flip, over to Jackson and back to Maddox for out number 2. This is the DH senior Shaw, Brady Shaw. Brady hitting about 270. Takes the first pitch as a ball. It's a fastball. Oh, not quite able to get it. I thought Bentley had it timed up. Shaw hits a line drive right at Colin Bentley. He sits tight, tries to get a little vertical. It comes off the top of his glove. So base hit for Shaw, the DH. And it brings to the plate Sam Ogden, big sophomore catcher. So 2 down. Shaw extends the inning. Fastball jams him inside corner. Strike 1. That is when Maddox is the most effective, is when he can run that fastball in on the hands. 0-1 count. Fastball away. It's hit deep. Center fielder tracking back. He can't get to it. Didn't get the read. Here comes the throw to the cutoff. Bentley's going to throw him at the plate. Here comes the throw. Short hops him. Jaspers has it. Huge play. Great job by Jace Jaspers to sit in there tight. That's the second time we've thrown somebody out at the plate tonight. Brady Shaw was hauling it to try to score. He went in hard diving. A little bit of a hesitation by Bentley on the cutoff, but then he realized he had to throw it to the plate, and he was on the money. It was a little short. Short hop Jaspers. Jaspers short hopped it, got the tag on, held on to it, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. So big play to stop the run by the Hawks. Looked like Rensselaer had a beat on it and probably was going to make the catch, but then it kept carrying, and he got fooled, and so he couldn't catch it. Ran it down, hit the cutoff, then threw out the player at the plate. So Shaw was out for 3rd out. So after 1.5, it's West Delaware 0, Mount Vernon 0. Leading off here in the bottom of the 2nd will be Eric Lamb, first baseman. He's a sophomore. Rangy right-handed hitter. In the hole will be Mikey Ryan at second base, freshman. And then Tate Rensselaer is in the hole, the center fielder. Rensselaer is a junior. Otherwise, we go sophomore, freshman, junior here. So real young lineup for the Stangs. This is Lamb, first baseman, first pitch of the bottom of 2. Breaking pitch high. Linus starts him off with kind of a high slider. Moves horizontal more than up and down. Second pitch, fastball outside corner for a strike, right at the knees. 1-1's the count. Like to see Eric get one here. Fastball, strike 2. Right on the outside part of the plate. Now you're going to have to cover it all. Good pitcher's count here for Linus. Eric Lamb battling. Fastball away. 2-2. Pretty similar lineup for the West Delaware Hawks. Difference is Linus, the pitcher, senior, instead of Miles. Almost chases it, but he keeps it back. They're going to check him. No go. Full count. Home plate umpire did not feel like he went, but they wanted to check it, so the appeal down to first base was a no. So full count here for Eric Lamb. Good time to hit or walk. Here comes the pitch. Foul ball. Coach Nicholhusson down on the side. Coach McDermott in the dugout. His son had a good close. There's a shot. High fly ball to center field. It's deep. Center fielder's giving chase. He runs it down. Clear out in the deepest part of the park. Eric Lamb juices it about 360. But the center fielder runs it down. It's as well as you can hit it. Again, we were able to burn him a couple times in game one. But that time the ball was hit too high and the center fielder just kept running and running and running, and he ran it down. Sometimes if you're athletic enough, you can outrun the baseball, but it doesn't happen that often. Jammed behind the shortstop, and Werner going back and getting it. So got in on Mikey's hands on a fastball. He tries to fight it off, almost gets it over the shortstop's head, but Mikey Ryan flies out to short for the second out. So 2 outs, bottom of the second. This is Tate Rentschler, the center fielder. He's a junior. His first at bat of the evening. He was a courtesy runner for the catcher in game one. Fastball up the middle, base hit. Good job by Tate Rentschler. The pitcher almost got a piece of it. Linus might have gotten his glove on it, but he was hit firm enough that it went right up the middle. And Tate draws a little bit of damage there with the base hit. This is Francis. Miles Francis, right fielder. He's a junior. He and Tate are both juniors. Time. Trying to get our on-deck hitter to move back a little bit. Trying to fix a shoe. Pick off, move over. It's by. We're going to get up and go. No, he should have, but we didn't make it. Hesitate. He who hesitates is lost. They're going to say that there was obstruction, said that he could not get up and go. So I think that Tate was going to get up, but he didn't feel like he could get out from underneath Aldrich. So Coach Werner is talking to the umpires to ask why Tate Rentschler was awarded second base. He would have made it easily. The ball went way up the line, got by the first baseman on the pickoff attempt. Tate was going to go, and then he waited. Then he was going to go, and then he ended up waiting. And now the officials are saying that he was obstructed and that he made it to second base. Coach Werner doesn't like the decision, but that's what's going to stand. So Tate Rentschler is at second base with 2 outs. So again, Mount Vernon extending the inning. A key hit away here by Miles Francis to try to get on the board in the bottom of 2. 0-0 is the count. Jams him, ball 1. Fastball in. Need to get a great jump here, Tate. Second baseman is holding him tight. That's Jankovic holding him tight. Here comes a pitch. Foul straight back, right on him. Just hands a little bit under. Try to get the hands on top. Good timing there by Miles. Foul ball straight back usually is pretty good sign for the hitter. Get it some, Tate. There's the breaking pitch. Froze him for a strike. 1-2. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Need Tate to get a big lead. Jankovic hold him at second. We got to score on this base hit. Here comes a pitch. Breaking pitch, grounded in the hole. Shortstop couldn't get there. Third baseman couldn't get there. That's where the left fielder playing so shallow is able to keep us from scoring.
Miles Francis singles to left field.
So again, it works out for West Delaware. Miles Francis, in some cases that base hit, seeing high single would be a RBI run, but West Delaware's philosophy playing just off the apron keeps him from scoring. This is Bentley. He's due. Colin hitting 450. Breaking pitch high for ball 1. Runners at first and third. 2 outs. Colin Bentley, the shortstop, is batting. Comes a pitch. Oh, fouled straight back. Catcher doesn't see it. Pitcher sees it. Oh, and the pitcher stays with it for out number 3. We were really hoping for a more productive at bat there, but he got jammed. Then it looked like we were going to get another shot at it. The catcher couldn't see it. Pitcher came clear from the mound, as you could see, and then it looked like he was going to come off of it. But it was Linus that ended up making the play for the 3rd out. So runners stranded at first and third with 2 outs. The rally started with 2 outs again, but we left 2 on base. So after 2, it's the West Delaware Hawks 0 and the Mount Vernon Mustangs 0. Second inning tonight in Game 2 has been brought to you by Copenhagen Associates. Copenhagen Associates are year-long sponsors, and we appreciate their support of Mount Vernon athletics. We look forward to working with Copenhagen Associates again in 2023 and 2024, and we hope that you have a great 4th of July weekend. We're in the top of 3 here at Ash Park. Beautiful Cornell campus, a wonderful night. Sun is setting, light breeze to left field. Nice throw down there by Jace Jaspers. Senior Maddox Rollinger is on the mound for Game 2. Been effective through the first 2 innings. Hitting for the West Delaware Hawks in the top of the 3rd will be Sam Niles. Sam pitched all 8 innings. So tired arm, I'm sure, but he's playing third base here in Game 2. Fastball away, fouled it down the line, strike 1. Outfielders, normal depth. Jace Jaspers has moved from center field to behind the plate to catch. He's a freshman. Ball hit deep down the left field line. It's going foul. Again, just out in front. The balls that have been hit deep tonight by West Delaware have been pulled foul just down the line out toward the railroad tracks. So Maddox ahead in the count, 0-2, needs to be a smart pitcher here. Good waste pitch. Jace Jaspers behind the dish, needs to block it. Fastball on his hand, straight back. No play for Jace. In one of our broadcasts, Jace Jaspers had 4 foul ball catches from behind the plate. He almost had a 5th down the first base dugout, but couldn't quite make it. There's a breaking pitch in the hole. Nolan Jackson fields it. It's a good glove. Strong throw over to Lamb for out number 1. So 5-3 is the put out. And it's Jackson staying steady down there at third base, supporting Maddox Rollinger. This is the leadoff hitter, Tyrus Werner, one of the leading pitchers for West Delaware. Not pitching tonight, having a good night at shortstop. Looking at a bunt for a hit. Jace sits tight on a slider, almost gets the call. Ball 1. 1-0, top of the 3rd. Fastball, inside strike. Love to see high school guys work the inside part of the zone. You see it a lot more at the college level, but it's a tough discipline to work it. Here comes the 1-1. Again, jams him. It's deep into that left center gap. This time, Tate Rensselaer makes the play. Great catch by Tate. He got burned a little bit earlier, but this one he's able to take a better angle at, and Rensselaer, the junior, runs it down for out number 2. So Werner puts a charge in it, but it's an out in the book, and Maddox now pitching with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. This again is Maddox Lott. Slider away for ball one. Maddox Lott is the center fielder. He's made a couple great catches tonight. Last inning, he took one away from Lamb that almost got to the track in center field. Here comes the 1-0. Strike one right by him, that inside part of the plate, up in his hands. Maddox, very effective tonight. Only has one free pass. It's 1-1 here is the count with 2 outs in the top of 3. Slider high. Didn't quite get on top of that one. West Delaware, a lot of seniors in the lineup. Slider away, 3-1. 2 outs. Like to try to get the third one here and get in and hit. Don't want him to extend the inning. 3-1 pitch. Good pitch. Outside half. Lott tries to pull it. Can't go the other way with it. And it's a 3-2 count. Pitch just like that would be wonderful. Here comes the full count, 2-out pitch. Jams him inside. They don't give us the call. It was right on the corner. We've gotten a few of them, but we didn't get that one. So Lott likes to run. This is a running situation. 2 outs. Guy in first base, 0-0 score, top of 3. Lott can fly. Got to keep him close at first. There's the pitch, breaking pitch, high for ball 1 against Ward. Walked Ward on 4 pitches last time. He was the lone walk up until this inning. There's a good throw over, keeping Lott close. Ward has some home runs. He can give it a charge. Stocky build athlete. Hitting in the 3-hole. There's a breaking pitch driven to center. Left fielder comes and gets it. That's Moeller. Kind of stumbles a little bit, but he makes a diving grab for the 3rd out. So the outfielders keeping the Mustangs in it here in the top of the 3rd. And Maddox Rollinger continuing to throw strikes. So 1 left on for the Hawks. And after 2.5, it is the West Delaware Hawks 0 and Mount Vernon 0 coming to the plate in the bottom of 3. Some area rankings that came out this week. They could change here later in the week. But in 4A, if you follow the big schools, Cedar Rapids Prairie is having an unbelievable year. They are ranked 2nd in the state. They are 27-3. They're a handful in the Metro. And then at Cedar Rapids Kennedy ranked 4th. They're 25-9. So Coach Hoyer and the Cougars back at it in good shape. Iowa City High with Coach Mitchell. They're in 6th. Coach Mitchell's son plays for the Iowa Hawkeyes. His first name is Gabe. Gable, named after Dan Gable, Gable Mitchell. And then Linn-Mar and Pleasant Valley are right up in there as well in 4A. So Prairie 2, Kennedy 4, and City High 6 in 4A. All on this side of the state representing Eastern Iowa. This is the leadoff hitter, Jace Jaspers. Breaking pitch in the dirt. The bottom of 3. Jace, the freshman catcher, outstanding wrestler, 2nd in the state. Loves the contact in football. Base hit. Oh, no, great play by Jakovic. Looked like it was going to be a base hit over the second baseman's head. Had a line drive, but it was bending back to Jakovic. He stayed with it, made a great catch on the line drive by freshman Jaspers. Good job by Jace hitting it on the screws. This is Wood, the DH, sophomore. Had a base hit last time, drove the ball to right center. Actually, it was just to the right of the second baseman, so it was more in the hole to right field, not right center, but a hard line drive for a base hit. So he's 1 for 1 in this game. Fastball, he pulls off just a little, gets a lot of it. It's high to center, and the first base and just watches the center fielder pull it in. So out number 2, High fly ball for Woods.
Number 22, third baseman, Nolan Jackson.
And this will be Nolan Jackson trying to extend the inning here in the bottom of 3. He's a senior. He's had a great night defensively. Fastball is down. One of the seniors recognized between games. He's going to be going to Wartburg. Wants to play baseball there. Fouled straight back. 1-1. Versatile infielder. He's played second. He's played short. He's played third. Kind of settled into third here the last half of the season. He's really solid down the line. Breaking pitch away. He called it for a strike. Looked like it was outside. It broke late. Now he's going to have to cover everything. It's 1-2 in the count. Nope. Play in the dirt, but they said he went. Now the umpire is saying no. I don't see a challenge by Coach Chapman. So they're talking about it over here, but it looks like it was a swinging third strike. Throws him out at first base for the third out of the inning. So Mount Vernon goes down quietly in the bottom of 3. And Maddox Rollinger will take the hill for the 4th straight inning. But that's the first inning that Mount Vernon has not mounted a challenge. No base runners in that inning. The last 2 innings we've been able to get runners on with 2 outs and try to put people in position to score. So after 3, it's the West Delaware Hawks 0 and the Mount Vernon Mustangs 0. Game 2, 3rd inning, is brought to you by Lunicus Consulting. Lunicus Consulting is a year-long commitment sponsor. They have committed to the Mustangs throughout the year for all the sports, boys and girls. And we look forward to working with them again in 23-24. So thank you for supporting the 3rd inning, Lunicus Consulting. Right in the middle of the order for the West Delaware Hawks, this is their talented first baseman and pitcher, Peyton Aldrich. Aldrich is the senior. Maddox, the senior hurler, on the mound for the Mustangs. Throwing to the freshman, Jace Jaspers. Comes the first pitch of the 4th inning. Tries to square to bunt. Moves infielders around a little bit. Ball 1. 1-0 is the count for Maddox. There's ball 2. Good leadoff hitter here. Aldrich trying to draw a base. He's one of their leaders. He hits .330 and he's on base .496. So almost 500%. Half of the time gets on base. Fastball, strike right down the middle. 2-1 is the count to Aldrich. West Delaware starting all seniors but 2. Inside, 3-1. It's kind of in that twilight time where it's a little bit tough to see, so defense will have to keep an eye right on it. There's a fastball for a strike, outside corner. Great pitch by Maddox. Now he's got it back to a full count. Leadoff hitter here in the top of 4. This is Peyton Aldrich, first baseman. Comes the pitch. Hit him right in the middle of the back on full count. It's one of the first ones that's kind of gotten away from Maddox, lost his focus a little bit. And Aldrich likes to run, so this will be a running situation. They may choose to bunt. But this is Hayden Linus, the pitcher. So look for West Delaware with over 100 stolen bases this year. Look for them to kind of try to push the package here a little bit to get into scoring position. Tries to bunt. Oh, bad hop. We can't get it. First, we thought that Nolan was going to be able to catch it. Then he pulled off it, was going to try to get the hop, and he missed the hop as he was going to go for one. So an error by Nolan Jackson. He's had a great night, but that one he was not able to come up with. So West Delaware now mounting and rally with nobody out. The top of fourth, runners at first and second. This is their second baseman, Brent Yankovic. Fastball, high, ball one.
Second baseman, number 1, Brett Yankovic.
Brent's moved the ball deep a couple times, not likely to bunt. There's a strike inside corner at the chest. Going to call timeout. The second base runner is trying to give some signs. You don't ever know if that's more of a distraction or if they actually have something. So Jace is going to go out and chat a little bit, make sure that they're on the same page pitching. Mikey Ryan is holding the runner at second base. Infielders are pulling fly ball straight back. Left side is playing a lot left center. So they're playing Yankovic to pull. He's had a lot of long foul balls down the left field line. Bentley's trying to get everybody to move over more to the third baseline. Fastball up. Good spot, 2-2. Tried to get Yankovic to chase. He's the sophomore. Got senior battling sophomore here in the top of four. Breaking pitch, right there, and punched him out. Beautiful pitch. That's the one that we talked about in the pregame interview when he throws it right at the hip or at the front shoulder and it breaks into the corner. So big strikeout number 2 for Rollinger with runners at first and second. He gets one himself for out number 1. That one hits him. The DH, the fastball rides in. That's the second hit batter of the inning. So we ran into some problems against Benton with this type of a pattern where we don't make them earn it. It looks like Coach Chapman's going to come out and talk a little bit. Can't afford to give them that many freebies. Got bases juiced here with one out in the top of 4. Earlier in the year, this is where we had a little trouble giving up some big innings. We would play people close, but we would have one inning that would get away from us. In recent contests, we've not had as much of that. We've been able to stay close enough to win ball games, or if we haven't won them, they've been competitive. We lost up at Anamosa 5-4, tight one, after we got the WAMAC game against Benton. Competed in those 3 games and then won big 2 against South Tama on Monday night earlier this week. This is the catcher Ogden with bases loaded. Maddox Rollinger facing him with 1 out. Fastball straight back. Strike 1. Got Miles Francis in right field. Tate Rensselaer in center. Ryan Moeller in left. Here comes the pitch by Maddox. Breaking pitch. Stays off at ball 1. Ogden looked like he wanted some of it, but he was disciplined and stayed off that slider, working away. 1-1's count with 1 out. Top of 4. Fastball hit right down the line, almost hit Shaw in foul territory. So 2 big strikes on the sophomore catcher, Sam Ogden. Need this second out. We got double play in middle. Corners are even. Force out any place. See if we can get another punch out here. Need one of his tight sliders. Here comes Rollinger's pitch. Fastball outside. Good miss. 2-2's the count. Waiting on deck is Sam Niles. He's the third baseman. He was the pitcher of record in game 1. The 2-2 pitch. Slider got him. Big slider by Rollinger. That's 2 strikeouts. Maddox trying to keep us in it. He's hit 2 batters. 2 of the batters on out there with bases loaded are his. They were free bases hit by pitch. Now this is the number 9 hitter, senior Sam Niles. Jaspers has got to be tough back there, be a stone wall. Fastball inside, doesn't get the call. It's a good place to be. Kind of work those hands inside. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, top of the 4th, 0-0 contest. Play up the middle. Mikey goes to first base. 3rd out. Mikey Ryan plants his foot, throws across to Eric Lamb for the 3rd out. I thought maybe he was going to try to flip it to Colin Bentley, but he planted and threw across with his strong throwing arm. And Mount Vernon gets out of it here in the top of the 4th with bases loaded. West Delaware strands 3 in the top of 4, and after 3.5, it's West Delaware 0, Mount Vernon 0. We're going into the bottom of 4 here, an evenly contested game. Both pitchers throwing well. Senior Maddox Rollinger for Mount Vernon and senior Hayden Linus for the West Delaware Hawks. Game 1 went to Mount Vernon. The Mustangs 4-3 on a walk-off double in the bottom of 8. This is game 2. If you're just joining us here at Ash Park, it's 0-0 with Mount Vernon coming to the bat in the bottom of the 4th. Senior Ryan Moeller, recognized in between games, his parents Aaron and Andrew. Appreciate their support of the program. Younger son Kellen, also the bat boy, plays on a 9U team. Here comes the first pitch. Slider, strike 1. Kind of a hazy night, beautiful temps. Another slider away. Moeller chase. 0-2. Mount Vernon had runners on base in the 1st and 2nd inning. Had to start the rallies with 2 outs, but really have not mounted too many threats. There's a base hit up the middle. Moeller, good 0-2 pitch. Linus gets a little too much of the plate on that 0-2 pitch. It's a good pitch to hit. Moeller gets his hands through for a base hit. Very similar to Tate Rensselaer's last inning. So we've got the leadoff hitter on this time. We haven't waited for 2 outs. And we'll see what we can do. Strike 1 to Lamb. Lamb took one deep. Center fielder Lott ran it down clear toward the warning track about 270. But we need to try to get a line drive out of Lamb. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch, got him. Tried to pull it. He's going to have to go up the middle or right side. We're 0-2. Delay and go the other way. It's Moeller, the senior, on first base. Lamb, the first baseman. Again, pops it up. It's to left center. It's hit very well, but their athletes can run him down. The left fielder chases it down for out number 1. Eric is showing signs of being able to drive the ball, but he's going to have to keep his hands through the zone just a little bit longer. He's finishing high. He's catching it on the way up. Needs to just stay through the zone a little bit longer with his top hand. Strike 1 on a breaking pitch to Mikey Ryan, our second baseman. Freshman made a great play, top of 4, to get us out of a bases loaded jam, and he's now batting with 0-1 count. Breaking pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Moeller at first base. Mount Vernon not choosing to run tonight. We've effectively bunted at times to move runners. This is Mikey Ryan, the second baseman. We're running, swinging miss. There's the throw, and we're in. Moeller with the stolen base. Yeah, looks like they're going to check to see if there was an obstruction by the hitter. It was a high fastball. Looks like they're calling obstruction. They need to talk. They're going to call the batter out for obstructing the catcher. He swung at a high fastball and stayed in the box. They're saying he interfered with the catcher. The white on the box is pretty much gone. I could not tell if Mikey moved out of the box or not. You have the right to stay in the box. It was kind of a hit and run. He had a good swing and a miss to give Moeller a chance, but they're going to call Ryan out for obstruction. They send Moeller back to first base. So 2 outs here in the bottom of 4. And it's going to bring up Tate Rentschler, who had a base hit the last at bat. So tough break for the Stangs. We finally get a stolen base, and it looks like Mikey Ryan's going to be able to hit with guys in running position or scoring position, and we get called out at the plate. 0-2, straight back. 0-2's the count. No balls, 2 strikes to Tate Rentschler. Moeller's at first base, bottom of 4. There's a pitch, fouled off the right side. Good job of battling by Tate. He's a junior. He's playing center field in game 2. Did some courtesy running in game 1. Senior Hayden Linus going the distance so far for West Delaware in game 2. There's the runner. Strike 3. Breaking pitch, froze him. Moeller had a good break on the steal, but Rentschler got rung up on the called third strike. So after 4, it's West Delaware 0, Mount Vernon 0. 4th inning has been brought to you by Mount Vernon Bank and Trust Company. Mount Vernon Bank and Trust has been serving Cornell Athletics for years. They are a maroon sponsor. They commit to a full year of all sports and activities here at Mount Vernon. A big thanks to Dave Ryan and the Mount Vernon Bank and Trust Company staff for everything that they do at Mount Vernon. We look forward to working with you again in 2023 and 2024. And we hope you have a great 4th of July time downtown of celebrating. July 4th, a lot of activity downtown if you're from the area. A lot of antiques, a lot of things on display. One of the many things that Mount Vernon does to attract community members and others from outside of the community. Various food trucks and novelty stores and various activities for those that want some action on the 4th of July. This is now the top of 5. Game's moving right along. Leadoff hitter is Werner. He's the shortstop. Tries to bunt for a hit. Breaking pitch in the dirt. Ball 1. Werner's given one a charge, kind of to center field. Tries to draw the infielders up with a bunt. There it is again. Fastball hits him. Maddox had trouble with this last inning. Puts another runner on unearned. Maddox battled back. He had 2 strikeouts to get out of trouble in the top of 4, along with the great play by Mikey Ryan. But this is a no-out free base, and it's that Tyrus Werner who can run. He's one of the runners leading the conference in stolen bases. And we have Lott up to the bat. Time, and there's a balk. So didn't really see exactly what happened there, if he took the ball out of his glove, but he was going to try to make a move over. And so now we put Tyrus Werner in scoring position at second with nobody out. There's the bunt. You got to take one. Maddox throws it over. Nice stretch again by Lamb. but they move Werner over to third base. It'll be timeout by Coach Chapman to go out and talk some defense here with the runner at third base. He is the go-ahead run. We're knotted at zeros. We're the top of 5 if you're just tuning in. Game 1 went to Mount Vernon over first place West Delaware Hawks. 4-3, a walk-off by Maddox Rollinger, scoring Ethan Wood, who had gotten on in the bottom of 8 on a walk. Now we're in game 2, already into the top of 5. All zeros on the board all the way across. But West Delaware has gotten a runner to third base with 1 out. Their shortstop, Tyrus Werner, was hit in the back. And then we had a balk, and then we had a bunt to get him to third base. So a couple physical errors and mental errors here, but just 1 runner there. And this is Ward, the 3-hole hitter that plays left field. No balls, no strikes, 1 out. Breaking pitch in the dirt, stopped by Jace Jaspers, the freshman catcher. Ward is a senior, has good power. Fastball, gets all of it. Base hit to left field, scores Werner. West Delaware breaks the ice here with a run in the top of 5. Good timely hitting by Ward. Need to stop the momentum right here. This is Aldrich. Cleanup batter. He's a senior first baseman. It's in there. Good throw by Jace Jaspers. Throw was out. Jace had to go get it. Bentley was there, but Ward got in under the tag. Again, athleticism and running is kind of a trait of West Delaware. Their outfielders go get it. They play shallow. They try to run everything down. And they're stealing over 100 bases in the season. Fastball high. Now we're 2-0 on the number 4 hitter, Aldrich. Rollinger showing a few signs here of tiring a little bit. It's a 3-0 count. First base is open. But Hayden Linus, the pitcher, is waiting on deck. He's a 5-hole hitter. Need to try to come back here 1 pitch at a time, Maddox. See if we can get in the strike zone. Bentley holding him close. There's a strike right down the poop chute. Here we go. Good start. Got to force the action here, make him swing the bat. 3-1's a count. Fastball runs outside for ball 4. Maddox Rollinger is a senior. He's the pitcher of record. Use a double play here. Ground ball away. Get us a ground ball here, Maddox. Throwing strikes. This is Linus, the pitcher, in game 2. Throws it behind the hitter. He squares to bunt. The ball goes behind. The runners were going. And now the Hawks have themselves a second and third situation with only 1 out and Linus batting. Jace Jaspers goes out to talk to Maddox Rollinger a little bit, tries to calm him down. He totally lost that pitch. Linus squared to bunt, and it went behind him. All the runners now are behind the infield. Mount Vernon infield is on the grass. Got to try to cut down a play at the plate to keep things close. Pitch way away outside. Jace Jaspers does a good job of getting it. Rollinger frustrated now a little bit. He's going to have to calm himself down. Overthrew that pitch a little bit. I'm going to step back and take a little time. Let's get a deep breath. go from a windup if he wants. Runners at second and third, but he likes dealing from a stretch. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Strike hit over the top of the infield. Third baseman was drawn in. That'll score 2, and he stretches it to a double, so it's Linus, the pitcher, helping himself out with the double.
Linus doubles in 2 runs.
Nolan Jackson probably could have had a shot at that had we not had to be in on the grass for a play at the plate.
Yakovic.
So high chopper goes over his head down the line. Moeller hustles to try to get there, but can't get it into the second baseman in time to keep Linus to a single. So a double scores 2 for the pitcher Linus, and we have 1 out. Slider away. Good job of blocking by Jaspers. And the West Delaware Hawks have put 3 on the board here in the top of 5. Maddox, 1 ball, no strikes, nobody out. 1 out. And we're 2 balls and no strikes. Mikey Ryan holding the runner on. There's a strike called on the inside corner. Good pitch by Rollinger. Rollinger has gone the distance. We're in the top of 5. Foul ball. Nice slider. Back in the groove here. See if he can get one himself. This is the sophomore Yankovic. Yankovic has been playing second base tonight in both games. Now he hits Yankovic. First base is open. He was trying to come at him and catch the inside corner, kind of backdoor him. He got him earlier with that type of pitch, but it didn't break, and it went right into a side for a free pass. So, again, runners at first and second with 1 out. Does put us in a bases loaded situation. This is Shaw, the DH. He bunts back to the pitcher. Pitcher throws to first base. Good scoop by Lamb for the second out.
Shaw sacrifices the runners over to second and third. Nice play on the scoop by number 29, Eric Lamb.
So West Delaware trying to play for 2. Needs some timely hitting here out of their catcher, Sam Ogden. The big sophomore has caught both games. He's got runners in scoring position. There's 2 outs here in the top of 5. West Delaware has gotten on the board with 3, and they have 2 in scoring position at second and third. Jace Jaspers has to go out and get that one for ball 1. Here comes the second pitch. Again, outside wide, ball 2. Rollinger trying to find a way here to get through this inning. Try to get us in so we can try to hit, but we're 2-0 in the count. There's a fastball for a strike. 2-1. There are 2 sophomores, Yankovic and Ogden. This is Ogden, the catcher, batting. Real close on that slider, trying to backdoor it, but it's 3-1. That's the pitch that's gotten away from him a couple times. That was real close that time. Here comes the 3-1, 2-out pitch. Breaking pitch, not quite able to catch the corner. Maddox wanted that pitch, but he didn't get it.
Now batting third baseman.
So we have a courtesy runner for West Delaware for the catcher, Ogden.
11, Kevin Hochschild.
Hochschild is courtesy running. This is the pitcher from game 1. He's been playing third base here in game 2, Sam Niles. We're in the top of 5 here in game 2. This is Mount Vernon against West Delaware. Mount Vernon took game 1 4-3 on a walk-off in the bottom of the 8th. West Delaware leading here in game 2 3-0. Fastball driven to the right side. It's going to be in play. It's a fair ball down the line. 2 have scored. Here comes the third one to the plate, and he decides to hold up. So a 2-run RBI double by Sam Niles, third baseman. The senior comes through big. They bunt 2 over with 2 outs. They get a walk. And then Niles, the number 9 hitter senior, gets the double to break it open 5-0. Coach Chapman out to talk to his team here a little bit. And Coach Werner has a question for the outfield official. Jason Jaspers giving a fist to the senior Maddox. Coming off. He'll likely get a chance to throw again, maybe in the tournament play, but this will be his last opportunity here at Ash Park. Strong 4 innings. Goose eggs all the way across the board. Ran into a little trouble in the 4th with a couple hit by pitch batters. And then Mikey Ryan was able to make a play for the 3rd out after Maddox Rollinger got 2 strikeouts. And then the top of 5 kind of started in a similar fashion. And this time, West Delaware wasn't able to be put down. This is Ethan Wood, the sophomore. He's been a DH tonight. He's played right field. He also plays some first base. Hard-throwing right-hander. Again, another one of the young pitchers. Swings it left, throws it right. Some of the other area rankings that I'd like to share with you in 3A. This would be Mount Vernon's class, Western Dubuque, who is in our Sub-State 3. They're ranked number 1. They're 26-6. They play a number of 4A schools, but they're ranked number 1 and trying to defend their state championship. They have a freshman in Harris that's already committed to where his brother played, ball down south. Marion is ranked 4th. They're 22-5. So even though West Delaware is battling to win the WAMAC East, they have Marion ranked ahead at the record of 22-5. So overall rankings, Marion is 4. Dubuque-Wahlert is ranked 7th at 22-10. Davenport Assumption is ranked 8th with a 21-10 record. And then Benton, DeWitt, and West Delaware have all gotten some recognition. So a lot of Eastern Iowa schools ranked here, 1, 4, 7, and 8. This is Ethan Wood with 2 outs. Throws a fastball, it's jammed. It goes right to Mikey Ryan. 1 pitch, 1 out. Good job, Ethan Wood. So Mount Vernon gets out of it, but West Delaware able to capitalize on a couple free base passes and then some timely hitting. And after 4.5, it's West Delaware 5, Mount Vernon 0. Rankings in Class 2A going into this last week. 1A and 2A starting tournament play. Mid-Prairie has been pushing the top all year. They're ranked 2nd at 20-6. When Mount Vernon was a 2A school several years back, Mid-Prairie, West Branch, Dyersville, Mount Vernon, Mid-Prairie, all those teams were tough at the top, Cascade. So right now, Mid-Prairie is 2 at 20-6. Dyersville's 3 at 18-8. Cascade is 7 at 16-7. And New Hampton, a little further north, is 9 at 19-8. Anamosa did get a little recognition there. So again, Eastern Iowa schools in 2A drawing some rankings here late in the 2023 summer baseball season. We're now in the bottom of 5. This is Miles Francis leading off, right fielder. He's a junior for the Stangs. First pitch, slider in the dirt, taken for ball 1. check down to the first base side, and the first base umpire says, yes, he did go. So change that. Strike one against Miles. Another breaking pitch for strike two. Looked a little up. Miles a little bit frustrated with those first two pitches, so he's going to have to dig deep here. 0-2 is the count. Nobody out here in the bottom of 5. Another slider outside half, called for a strike. That's 3 sliders in a row. Miles not able to battle them off.
Francis down on strikes. Now batting shortstop.
And Linus gets the first out. 3-strike K. This is the leadoff hitter, Bentley, for ball 1. Colin playing shortstop here tonight. Done a fair amount of second base. First half of the season was playing a lot of shortstop. He's been hitting the ball hard. 450 batting average. They go inside on him and hit his jersey. Caught his inside rib there. Hit by pitch. So Mount Vernon gets a base runner with 1 out here in the bottom of 5. We're trying to answer, trying to come back. West Delaware put 5 on in the top of 5. And now it's Mount Vernon trying to answer, trying to close the gap here in the bottom of 5. Jaspers, the freshman catcher, hitting .320 on the season. Slider away. Bentley is a threat to run at first base, but trailing 5-0. Probably going to have to play fairly conservative here. We need to conserve base runners. Here comes the second pitch. Fastball is a strike. 1-1 is the count. Jaspers tried to catch up with that fastball. It was a little bit high. Here comes the third pitch. Slider in the dirt. Good block by the sophomore Ogden. Catcher from West Delaware. Vernon's had a few base hits up the middle, but Linus has been able to keep us in check. There's a line drive to the third baseman. Fires it over to first for the double play. It's a second line drive in a row that they've had, one earlier. And Niles, the pitcher, still had enough juice in that arm, and he just let it rip. So a line drive hit sharply. Jaspers gets all of it, but the third baseman catches it. Niles throws it to first for a double play. And that finishes the bottom of 5, bang-bang style. After 5, it's West Delaware Hawks 5 and the Mount Vernon Mustangs 0. Fifth inning here in Game 2 has been brought to you by Robeson Construction. Robeson Construction has been supporting Mount Vernon Athletics all year long. We appreciate what they do to help us with our broadcasts and our coverage. So again, a big thanks to Robeson Construction, one of our many Maroon sponsors that commit to our programs year round. So we'll look forward to working with you again in 2023-24, and we appreciate your help, Robeson Construction. Ethan Wood on the mound for the Stangs. He came on in relief of Maddox Rollinger when we got into trouble in the top of 5. He had 1 pitch, 1 out to get us out of a jam, but not before West Delaware was able to get 5. So the battery right now is Jaspers behind the dish, the freshman, and Ethan Wood, the right-hand sophomore. West Delaware is in the top part of their order. This is number 2-hole hitter, Maddox Lott. He's a senior center fielder. Covers a lot of ground out there.
Now batting for West Delaware, center fielder number 8, Maddox Lott.
Nolan Jackson playing in a little bit, respecting the bunt. Fastball hit in the cold. Bentley's got a long throw, and he runs it out. Good play by Colin Bentley. But Lott can fly, and he gets an infield base hit.
Brings up left fielder number 9, Will Ward. Ward.
Good pitch by Ethan Wood. It's ground ball. Bentley ranged to the backhand side, but couldn't get him thrown out. Lott runs well. He'll be a base stealing threat here too in the top of 6. Fastball for a strike. Ethan Wood getting ahead in the count. Looking good so far in his relief appearance. Throwing strikes, making him put it in play. The 0-1 pitch. There's the move over to Lamb. Lott back. Trying to hold Lott close. Maddox Lott, one of their leaders in stolen bases. Tyrus Werner, the leadoff hitter, is also a leader. Here comes a pitch. Fastball outside corner for strike 2. Wood paints it twice. Great first 2 pitches against Ward, the senior outfielder. 0-2 with the runner at first base. Pitch outside, good 0-2. Waste 1 away. We're in the top of 6 here at Ash Park. West Delaware leads. There's the pickoff. Lamb knocks it down. They've got him in a rundown. Good job of faking him out, and it's Bentley that runs him down. So good pickoff move by Ethan Wood. Freezes Lott. Gets caught in a pickle. Lamb throws to Bentley, and Bentley runs down Lott for the out. So it's the first out of the top of 6. And Wood is ahead in the count, 1-2. There's the breaking pitch. It's a good looking pitch. 2-2's the count. Ward able to stay off of it. Mount Vernon out of a jam. They're on that pickoff move. Wood trying to get the batter. A little high. 3-2. Top of 6, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Ethan Wood, the sophomore, has come in relief of Maddox Rollinger. Fastball, got him. Buzzes it by him. High fastball. Wood with the strikeout. Sophomore showing his stuff here. 2 outs. Top of 6. This is the first baseman, 3-hole hitter, Peyton Aldrich. Fastball a little bit high. The lefty, West Delaware in their white, orange pinstripe, Mount Vernon in their white, maroon pinstripe. Ball 2 in the dirt. Ethan Wood behind in the count, 2-0, but we have 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. There's a fastball for strike 1. Going around the infield, we have a senior third base, Jackson, sophomore Bentley at short, freshman Ryan at second, and sophomore Lamb at first. On the hill, nice strike there by Ethan Wood. 2-2's the count behind the dish. Jace Jasper's freshman. Comes the pitch. Fastball, turned it over. Trying to get there. Good job of Lamb getting back. Good footwork. Lamb has got good feet and runs well for a big man. He tries to go get it. He couldn't get it. Mikey Ryan stays with it. I don't think Mikey knew if he was going to throw it to the pitcher or the first baseman. But Lamb flashed back, and Mikey got it to Lamb, and Lamb touched the base for the 3rd out. So good effort on the right side. 3rd out, another good inning by Wood. And after 5.5, it's the Hawks of West Delaware 5, the Mustangs from Mount Vernon 0. Rankings in 1A in eastern Iowa, Don Bosco up in the Waterloo area, they're ranked 5th at 23-5. Tried to go over to watch that ball game earlier in the week, Don Bosco and Lisbon, but it was canceled because of air quality. North Lynn is ranked 6th. They're 22-4. And Lisbon is hanging there at 9th at 19-4. So on the eastern side of the state, there are 3 ranked there in the top 10. So Eastern Iowa, again, well represented as you look down, in that whatever top 10 of all classes. Mount Vernon in 3A is going to go to sub-state number 3. We will be playing at West Delaware again, so seeing a lot of each other here between the Hawks and the Stangs. But in the bottom of 6 here, we have Ethan Wood, the pitcher, batting. He's going to bat against Hayden Linus, the pitcher. It's a breaking pitch for a strike, outside part of the plate. Good off-speed pitch. Linus continues to work ahead in the count. He's a senior pitcher for the Hawks. Breaking pitch again. We're out in front of it. Woods had a leadoff single. He's behind in the count, 0-2 here in the bottom of 6. Nobody out, bottom of 6. Ball inside. West Delaware is leading 5-0. Mount Vernon took the first game 4-3 on a walk-off double by Rollinger. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to fastball got him high. Linus climbs the ladder and gets Wood for a strikeout for the first out. 1 out here in the bottom of 6. This is senior Nolan Jackson. Had a chance to recognize Nolan between games. He and his parents, Amy and Ron, thanks again for all you've done. You got a daughter also playing softball. A lot of time put in by senior parents and underclassmen parents as well. Strike 1 on a breaking pitch. Fastball outside corner, just a little off. 1-1 for Nolan. Nolan playing third base tonight in the doubleheader. Fastball hit up the middle. It's got eyes. Shortstop tries to come over, but it kicked up on him. Infield hit, I think. The shortstop was there, but got a bad hop. We saw a lot of those last Thursday night, but things have settled down a little bit. With the rains that we've had and some of the watering, things have softened up a little bit. So Mount Vernon, runner on base, Nolan Jackson, 1 out. This is Moeller, way inside, almost gets hit by the pitch. Back-to-back seniors here, batting in the bottom of 6. Fastball for a strike on the inside corner. Nolan Jackson not likely to run. Good lead down first base. Down 5-0, playing kind of conservative. Got to play for a big inning. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Breaking pitch driven to the shortstop. Hop up. Gets 1 at 2. Gets 2 at 1. Double play. 6-4. 3. Kind of tailor-made. Nolan tries to break it up, sliding into second. The ball gets there early. Moeller tries to get down there, but it's turned quickly. So nice double play turn by West Delaware. Gets them out of that small threat that the Stangs had in the bottom of 6. So after 6, West Delaware holding to that 5-0 lead. And Ethan Wood will come back out on the mound for his 3rd inning of action. In Game 2, the 6th inning has been brought to you by Budget Blinds of Eastern Iowa. Thank you to Budget Blinds for supporting all of our activities at Mount Vernon. Appreciate all your help in 22-23, and we look forward to working with you in 23-24. Again, Budget Blinds of Eastern Iowa, a Maroon sponsor. Teams of recognition in the area in 4A. We mentioned Cedar Rapids Kennedy. They're hitting as a team .339, and their ERA is .181. It's one of the best in the state. Cedar Rapids Prairie is right there, ranked second. City High is ranked also. But some great numbers out of Kennedy. This will be the top of 7. A little bit high out of Ethan Wood. He's pitching to the pitcher, Hayden Linus. Games have moved right along. Well-played baseball here tonight. Beautiful baseball weather. Popped up. Mid-range. Bentley going back. Makes the catch. Thought maybe Tate might call him off, but Bentley stayed with it. At the first out. The top of 7. So Wood continues to look good in relief. Closing the door. This is Brent Yakovic, the sophomore. If you're just joining us, we're in the top of 7th, down to the last inning here in the second game of a doubleheader with West Delaware. Senior night at Ash Park for the Mount Vernon Mustangs. Mustangs won game 1, 4-3. Got to celebrate the parents of the seniors. Fastball, Ethan Wood, outside corner for a strike, 1-2. Henry Ryan, senior, his parents Heidi and Dave Ryan. Maddox Rollinger, a senior, his parents Michelle and Cody. Here comes the pitch. Another breaking pitch, snaps it off well. 1-2. Ethan Wood finding his off-speed pitch here late in the 7th inning and ahead in the count. Ryan Moeller's parents, Aaron and Andrew. Strike 3. Wood gets another K. Gaining confidence here on the mound. And West Delaware's down to their last out. Last senior, Nolan Jackson, his parents Amy and Ron. Thanks to the group of seniors and their parents for their leadership and mentorship here in our program at Mount Vernon Baseball. A little bit outside on Shaw, the DH. Ethan Wood also working from a stretch. Nobody on base. Chooses a stretch. Fastball jams him inside. He pulls it foul. Toward the railroad tracks. See if he comes back to that breaking pitch. He threw a couple dandies to the last hitter. He's been spotting fastballs for the most part. Sophomore Wood pitching here in the top of the 7th. There's the breaking pitch. Didn't quite get on top of it. It was nice, but it stayed up. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Changes the sight level of the batter a little bit. Makes the fastball better. There's a fastball, runs just a tad outside. Doesn't quite get the outside corner. 3-1. 2 outs, top of 7, West Delaware batting. Comes the 3-1 pitch. Fastball is high. That one got away from Ethan. That's the first walk of the game for Ethan. 2-out walk to the DH, Shaw. That'll bring up the catcher, Sam Ogden. Ogden's worked hard behind the dish all night. He's caught both ball games. First pitch to Ogden by Wood, the sophomore. Strike, inside corner. Spotting the fastball well tonight. West Delaware, a primarily senior-led baseball program. They have 2 sophomores in the lineup. Ogden is one of them. Yankovic is the other. That pitch just a little wide. 1-1 is the count to Ogden. Shaw is the base runner at first base. Fastball straight back. Again, Ethan Wood is ahead in the count. Ogden hitting .218. His on-base percentage is .365. 2 outs. Wood trying to get a strikeout to close it out. Breaking pitch, nicks him. Barely hits him. He'll have a courtesy runner, really no effort to get away from it, but it just came down under his armpit and caught his jersey. So with 2 outs, West Delaware puts 2 base runners on. Going to have a pinch runner for Shaw.
Number 5, Keegan Jackson.
Jackson is the pinch runner for Shaw.
Now batting for the Hawks,
This is Sam Niles.
Sam Niles.
He was the pitcher of record in Game 1. He pitched all 8 innings. He's played third base in Game 2. Had a timely double with bases loaded to break the game open in inning number 5. Here comes the first pitch. Fastball outside corner, painted it, strike 1. Jace Jaspers is the freshman behind the plate, working with sophomore Ethan Wood. 2 outs, top of 7. Fastball just a little up. Niles able to stay off it. Force out any place here. Fastball away. 2-1. Good crowd staying to see the end of this last WAMAC doubleheader contest. Fastball just a little wide, not giving it to us. 3-1. It's real close. We'll see if Ethan can come back here. 3-1 count. Fastball driven deep to left. It's curling. It looks fair. It's down the line. Draws at least one. Here comes another. So Niles, again, gets a second double in a row. So we're in pretty good shape, but those free passes, Coach Chapman's going to go out and check to see what happened here. I was blocked here. There's a pole in my way. I could not see if it was fair. They're trying to ask for help. But the umpire is pleading his case to Coach Chapman. They're calling an obstruction now on one of our infielders, giving Sam another base. So I don't know if we ran into somebody rounding second base. So we have two things. One is whether it was a fair ball or foul ball, and then the second one is obstruction at second base. It's real dark down in that corner. Can't really see the white on the warning track. Niles got into it. It was hit deep down the left field line. So they're going to give West Delaware 2 runs with Niles getting the RBIs. West Delaware has hit a lot of balls deep foul in toward the railroad tracks, but they've all been foul. That one they're saying caught the edge. Now they're sending him back to second base. So I guess there was not obstruction there after they confer. But we're so 2 outs here. Pickoff play behind. Comes a pitch. Fastball inside corner for a strike. They're saying up here that there was obstruction by one of the base runners, Hochschild. They still give the 2 runs. And Niles stays at second base. So West Delaware has rallied for 2 more here in the top of 7. This is game 2 of the doubleheader. Appreciate you staying with us. It's a beautiful night to close out the season here at Ash Park. Wild pitch. Chase Jasper's not able to get that one blocked.
Niles advances to third.
Runner advances to third base on the wild pitch. So now West Delaware with another runner in scoring position at third with 2 outs. Fastball high, 3-1. First base is open. Looking like we were going to be able to close things out here in the top of 7, but West Delaware has been able to rally. Couple walks, little tighter zone, hit by pitch, couple timely hits. Coach Chapman's going to go out and talk to Ethan Wood. As Coach Chapman talks to the group, top of 7, it's West Delaware 7, Mount Vernon 0. It's an even game through 4 innings. Well played, and then West Delaware broke it open. Mount Vernon won game 1. A reminder, after tonight's action, Mount Vernon will play this same West Delaware Hawk team up at West Delaware in the first round of Sub-State 3. In that same sub-state is Western Dubuque playing Maquoketa, Decorah playing Independence, Waverly Shell Rock playing Charles City. That's the Sub-State 3 that Mount Vernon will be going to. So runner is on first and third, 2 outs, top of 7. Ethan Wood, the sophomore. Nice play by Nolan Jackson. One hopper, throws a strike over to first base. So that's the third out. The top of 7. Mount Vernon has one more shot at it. Ethan Wood getting 2.5 innings here of action. And at the end of 6.5, West Delaware 7, Mount Vernon 0. In the middle of the inning here, I'll share the sponsor, Greater Cedar Rapids Community Foundation, is our last maroon sponsor to be recognized. Their year-long commitment is appreciated here with the Mount Vernon School District. And we look forward to working with Greater Cedar Rapids Community Foundation again in 2023-2024. Thank you for your sponsorship of all our activities here at Mount Vernon. Bottom of 7, trying to dig into the 7-0 lead West Delaware has here in the second contest. Looks like Lamb will be batting, the sophomore first baseman. And then Mikey Ryan is on deck. So Eric Lamb, the senior Hayden Linus, still on the mound, pitching the complete game here in the bottom of 7. Ball 1 high. There's a shot down by Coach Chapman, pulled it foul. Good job of getting his hands through that time. Eric Lamb has hit the ball hard, but it's been in the air, and West Delaware has been able to run it down. Trying to get the top half here. High fastball. 2-1. Lamb is hitting 200. On base percentage is .333. Ball 3. 3-1's the count. 3-1 count to the plate. Outside fastball, swung through for a strike. Full count for Hayden Linus. Lamb has driven the ball hard but doesn't have a hit yet. Fly ball straight up. It's foul ball. Pitcher is taking charge of it, and he gets it for out number 1.
Flags out to the pitcher. Now batting
Linus saw that from the beginning, and he ran clear from his pitching mound position all the way over behind the foul line towards the first base dugout for out number 1. This is Mikey Ryan with 1 out. There's a shot over the first baseman's head. Nobody's going to get that one. Pitcher is covering. Good base hit to extend the inning here by Mikey Ryan.
Now batting number 21, center fielder Tate Wrenchler.
Gotten in on Mikey's hands a couple times, but he's strong enough. He got one over the shortstop. This one he drove over the first baseman's head. This will be Tate Wrenchler. He's a junior. So Mikey keeps things going here in the bottom of 7. West Delaware is ahead 7-0. Mount Vernon took game 1 4-3 in extras. Linus trying to go the distance for the Hawks. Pitching to Sam Ogden, the sophomore catcher. Working from a stretch. Hits the batter. Breaking pitch doesn't snap, and Wrenchler is on first base. Hit by pitch.
Wrenchler hit by pitch. Now batting the right fielder, number 6, Miles Francis.
So Mount Vernon with runners at first and second, only 1 out here in the bottom of 7. Trying to make noise late. This is also a junior. This is Miles Francis. Been playing right field tonight in game 2. Huge gap open in the right side of the field. Strike 1, fastball. Second baseman holding Mikey on. First baseman Aldrich playing behind the runner at first base. Fastball outside. 1-1. Another one outside, fastball away. Miles ahead in the count, 2-1. The junior right fielder trying to advance the runners here, calls timeout. It's a little extra time. Good crowd here tonight. Perfect night for baseball. Light wind. Temperatures have cooled off. High, ball 3. Looking to load them up here. 3-1's the count. Linus to Miles, fastball, fouled off the right side. All full here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bottom of 7. West Delaware leads 7-0. Miles trying to get a base hit through the right side. Here comes a pitch. Fastball outside. Ball 4. Not been calling those. Ethan Wood wasn't getting them either. Umpire consistent. Making sure that they're right on that black. Pitching coach will come out and talk to West Delaware a little bit. Give a quick shout out to some of the other sponsors. These are sponsors that are not necessarily year-round, but we appreciate their help. Yox Landing, Mount Vernon Family Dentistry, Cause Team, Palisades Family Dental, Scores Wilkie Liquors, U.S. Bank Home Mortgage Purchase and Refinancing, Mount Vernon Chiropractic, Mercy Care Community Physicians, Dance Arts Iowa, Trevor Parks Construction, Mount Vernon Insurance Agency, Mount Vernon Eye Clinic for iPet Hospital, and Lynn Woodley Construction. Again, thanks to all of those sponsors helping us with the broadcasts this season. This is Bentley. Bases loaded, leadoff hitter. Breaking pitch for a strike. 0-1. Bentley starting the night hitting .450. Leads a lot of the offensive categories for the Stangs. Second pitch. Another strike. 2 breaking pitches in a row. Linus trying to settle down here. Mount Vernon threatening. Trying to close the gap here. 7-0. We're in the bottom of 7 with bases loaded. Colin Bentley is up. Breaking pitch, pop to the left side. It's shallow. The left fielder is there. He makes the out.
Bentley flies out to left field.
2 outs with bases loaded. Left fielder didn't have far to go. Will Ward plays real shallow. So shortstop didn't have to run him off. Third baseman didn't have to run him off. This is Jace Jaspers, the freshman catcher, with bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Slider away. It went on the nose last time. That kind of just drifted back into Yankovic's hands. Line drive for an out. We'll see if he can get one to clear the infielder's head here. Ball 2. Jace played center field in the first game. Had a good game in game 1. He's caught the entire second game. Talented freshman. Going against the senior Linus. 2-0. Fastball fouled to the right side. First baseman over against the fence, but it's out of play. 2-1. Good hitting count here for Jace. Trying to get off the goose here. Trying to get a couple runs here in the bottom of the 7th. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Oh, hits him. Boy, Jace does a good job of turning in. That was coming right up in towards his head, but he turned the correct way and took it in the shoulder, kind of the neck. So an RBI for Jace Jaspers. I think he'll be okay. Tough young man, second in the state in wrestling. This is his fellow catcher, Cole Thurn, going to run for him. Cole caught the whole first game when Jace played center field. This will be sophomore Ethan Wood. So Mount Vernon on the board here in the bottom of 7, not going down easily. We have bases loaded, 2 outs. 7-1, and sophomore Ethan Wood came in relief, pitched a couple effective innings after Maddox Rollinger left. Good experience for Ethan on the mound. Primarily plays outfield, some first base. Swings it from the left side here with 2 outs in the bottom of 7. Breaking pitch outside. Ethan tries to pull everything for the most part. We'll see if he can get into one. Fastball taken for a strike, 1-1. Fouled straight back. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ethan Wood. Ethan Wood hitting .256 and .299 on base percentage on the year. Sophomore. Here comes a pitch. Oh, hit him. So another run. Head coach Werner is calling time to go out and talk to his players. Mount Vernon now has pushed 2 across here in the bottom of 7. 7-2 is the tally. But we still have bases loaded with senior Nolan Jackson coming to the plate. He has fellow senior Ryan Moeller on deck. So we have 2 seniors here. Werner trying to see if he wants to stay with Linus to complete the 7th. But it looks like they're going to make a change. Linus running toward outfield. So they're bringing in a new pitcher here to close out. Going to put in a position player, so we'll have to take a little bit of time here to move some people around. This is a 3/4, kind of a sidearm guy. Throws from around the hip. This is the senior, Tyrus Warner. Throws a tight slider and a fastball that'll dive into a right-handed hitter. Submariner throws down from his waist. Senior pitcher, one of their leaders in their stats, trying to come in and close. Trying to get a split. Mount Vernon won game 1, 4-3. Walk-off by Maddox Rollinger. Hit a double, scored Ethan Wood. Game 2 has been knotted up until the 5th, and then West Delaware broke it open a little with the 5 spot, scored another 2 in the 6th. Excuse me, another 2 in the 7th. And now Mount Vernon has put 2 across. So it's 7-2, bottom of 7. Bases loaded for senior Nolan Jackson. Slider away, ball 1. Little different release point here. Batters have a chance to adjust to what the arm slot is like here. It's a lower arm slot. Ball is going to run in or it's going to slide away. Here comes the second pitch. There's the fastball running in. Catcher steps forward, makes the throw to first, and that's the out. So short chopper kind of ran in on Nolan's hands, and that's the 3rd out here in the bottom of 7. Mount Vernon Mustangs come back and score 2, but it's not enough as West Delaware had 7. So through 7 innings complete, West Delaware comes back and gets the split tonight here at Mount Vernon on a beautiful night for a WAMAC doubleheader. So in game 2, it is West Delaware Hawks 7, Mount Vernon Mustangs 2. Game 1 went to the Mustangs, 4-3 in extra innings. Maddox Rollinger got the winning hit, scored Ethan Wood on a double. So these two teams will meet again, Sub-State 3, starting next week, July 7th. You've got Western Dubuque hosts Maquoketa, Decorah hosts Independence, West Delaware hosts Mount Vernon, and Waverly Shell Rock hosts Charles City. That is our Sub-State for 3A baseball next week. So again, congratulations to Coach Werner and his team there for being on top of the WAMAC East. We'll see how other scores come out. Good contest tonight, good battle by the Mount Vernon Mustangs. They will finish the conference at 9-11, and we'll get ready for tournament play. Again, seniors night tonight. Hats off to the seniors and their parents on all their contributions here at Mount Vernon. Nolan Jackson, utility infielder, 3rd baseman tonight. His parents, Amy and Ron. Ryan Moeller, outfielder pitcher, and his parents, Aaron and Andrew. Maddox Rollinger, pitcher, 1st baseman, DH, and his parents, Michelle and Cody. Henry Ryan and his parents, Heidi and Dave, here on senior night. So special recognition for those seniors. Also Coach Chapman and his staff as they will start to prepare for the second season, the tournament season. Again, I'd like to say thank you on behalf of my family, Ray Reasland and the Reasland family. Jim Beatty, Dave Ryan to my side here, the Booster Club for allowing us to be able to cover baseball in this way. We had the opportunity to cover 5 WAMAC doubleheaders, successive Thursdays. It worked out great. It's my privilege to serve and try to give back to the baseball program. It's given a lot to our families, and through various members coaching and playing over the years, it's our privilege to continue to support Mount Vernon athletics, but for sure Mount Vernon baseball, and the time that we've spent here either as Cornell staff members or Cornell coaches, Mount Vernon coaches. I appreciate the opportunity. Matt Tatey, the AD, and the rest of the administration, Steve Brand and others, for giving us this opportunity. So once again, last time, WAMAC doubleheader here at Ash Park on senior night. Game 1 goes to the Mount Vernon Mustangs. Huge finish. Maddox Rollinger a double off the wall, scoring Ethan Wood for a 4-3 win in the bottom of the 8th. And game 2 goes to the West Delaware Hawks, league leading 7-2. And on a perfect night for baseball, thanks again, and saying good night for Mount Vernon baseball. We hope to see you or have you hear us again next year in 2023-24. Take care and go Stangs.